Hey everyone. How's it going? Got our new player tournament kicked off already. We are gonna wait for some people to drop us some replays, and then we'll just jump in and we'll get it rolling through. There's a lot of new people, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a minute, give them the deets on how to drop their replays, so that I can cast them all. So give me a minute while I get that sorted. I hope everybody's doing relatively well today. I'm still getting over the I don't know, whatever I've got. I've been under the weather the last few days, so hanging in there as best I can, I guess. If everybody else is doing a little bit better than that. I'm sorry, Pancake. I mean, a first round bye isn't too bad. At least you get the point. It does suck though for later when tiebreakers come in. Yeah, the coffee to wake you up for the tournament's always a good way to go. I'm a huge coffee person. I'm usually doing like 3 or 4 cups a day. I think I've got some. I think I've got a few more replays from the tournament last week, so we could jump in there and give them a little look. I do believe we saw this game. We definitely saw this game. Didn't know about this. I don't think we actually watched this Beastman match though. Oh, the Netscaster against the Beastman? Definitely not. So let's just do a replay from last week's tournament. We've got Kentama and Camera facing off here. Empire versus Beastman is a pretty classic matchup. It's typically a little bit favorable for the Beastmen, but there's definitely strategies that the Empire can utilize to really keep the Beastmen on their toes. One of the big important units for the Empire, though, is the Outrider grenade launchers, and those guys are not here in the opener. Not sure what the reinforcements look like for the Empire, but those are definitely a great clear tool for all of the various Gors. You got Ungor Herd and the Ungor Raiders, but then also the proper dual axe infantry. Which just rip apart the state troopers that the Empire has. They just can't really do anything against these big scary cow folk. So the grenade launchers put enough pressure on the light armor to really chew them up and spit them out. Gives the Empire mobility a much easier time intercepting Centigores, which they need to do a lot of, because Empire Knights, they can definitely struggle here. If there's too many like high tier and high quality armor piercing beastman units out on the field, that's typically where the Empire Knights really start to get dragged down and they just don't perform very well. But if they get to cycle charge and they get to hammer and maneuver a whole bunch, the heavy armor on the Empire Knights does them a lot of favors. So we'll just have to keep an eye out for that. Typically the beastmen win against heavy cavalry by bringing out a bunch of Razor Gore Herd, but Cantonment doesn't have any of those on the field yet. And the Butchers of Kalkengard are just having to sit back here in the forest because the Hammer of the Witch is out on the field here. It is a pretty long way off, though. Hammer of the Witches is really only covering the 2 home objectives here. Oh my god, but we get a great net on Malagor from the Empire. He's playing with fire here and gets punished really hard for it. You got crossbows and the Hergig Jaeger Corps poking away at him. He's already down to about half HP. This is the nice thing about Malagor, though. Very tiny target flying around up in the sky, and now he's got the 121 speed to just peel out of here and pull away. Takes a cannon shot to the face, though, on the way out. Definitely needs to just keep moving with Mally. He just needs to fly behind the shot blocker here and just hover and cast magic whenever it comes off the cooldowns. That way he's safe, and the Beastmen can just continue the grind here. Beastmen are down in value a little bit, but it's not too terrible. They get an okay engagement against the Empire Knights. Don't have any AP attacking them here, but they do have an Ungor Herd and a Centaur running together to kind of just chip these guys down as they're trying to pull out. Chaos Warhounds and Furies getting hammered by Boris here, but a crossbowman does get shut down, so that opens up a little bit of a pathway around the flank, potentially up into the Hammer of the Witches if the Beastmen can get some units to push through, which it does look like they've done. The Gore Herd and the Ungor Herd just running over the State Trooper Corps. Classic fail point of the Empire. They just don't have the infantry quality here to fight the Beastmen. It's kind of, it's always a little bit of a shock, I think, to people who run into Beastmen players in the competitive environment. Coming to realize just how strong the Beastmen infantry are, because they're so cost-effective and cheap relative to their price point. A lot of that has to do with just how low armor they are. Despite having excellent stats, great charge bonus, and a lot going for them, they can get rolled over because their leadership can let them down, and then also just 15 armor is so poor in a lot of circumstances, but they're causing a lot of problems for the Empire right now. They really have them stuffed back in their deployment zones right now, and that's usually one of the worst positions to be in when you're playing against the Cow people, because they will absolutely stonewall you if they can break your initial formation and then push you back into your spawn zones. It can be really hard to break out of a situation like this. We'll have to see what Camera's up to. Camera has a slight lead, but that's dissipating quickly. Butchers of Kalkengard are moving forward and getting very active, pushing up into the back line here. I put quite a bit of damage in on Boris. He's taking quite a bit of work, but he does get in on the Ungor Raiders. And he does have quite a few abilities here that debuff leadership and melee attack, and you can see him getting terror routes immediately on all the Ungor Raiders here. They got really bunched up. Kind of getting bullied a little bit right now, but Vice President Gorbul's moving over. He's got a few things to say about this. We'll see if Boris sticks around for the 1v1, but if you're smart, you take the flying character, you just get him up in the air, and it looks like that's what Camera is going to go ahead and do. Boris should be able to disengage pretty cleanly here. And his very fancy hippogriff takes one nice long-running leap and gets right up and away. Some huntsmen coming out. Most of the missile corps is just gone at this point, though. And the Hergig Jaeger Corps, I missed it a little bit here, but the Butchers of Kalkengard are just all over them. I mean, giant shielded minotaurs with regeneration, and yeah, you can imagine why people might be terror routing away from them. They're pretty scary. And they got the cool little, like, splotchy look to them. Very tactical camouflage, I guess. Gonna go run over some more crossbowmen. The Centaurs have been used really well. They've just been running about in these little blobs together. Maybe a little bunched up, honestly, but getting really good impactful charges. And keeping the Empire from being able to settle in anywhere. You can see the crossbows or the Huntsman rather, getting protected by the Chaos Warhounds here. And Boris comes in with a nice rear charge, able to break one of the Centaurs. Actually, both of them get terror routed. There's plenty more available for Gintama out in the open field here. Really good summon out to protect his objective here. Number 1 being held by the Beastmen. All the objectives actually being held by the Beastmen right now. Usually a really bad sign if your home objectives have been taken by them. But Goreherd doing a lot of work keeping these points held for the Beastmen. Halberds just are not equal to this fight. Obviously an anti-large unit not going to do too well against dual-axe infantry. And one of the premier options in the game for this particular role. You can see how quickly they rack up value. Few Empire Knights piling into the side of the Goreherd. Gonna do a little bit of damage, but it's gonna be a pretty easy fight nonetheless for the Beastmen here. They'll be able to clean both these units up. They're just a little too healthy. Getting up and already paying for themselves. Usually not going too crazy. Our Goreherd, it's rare that you see them get more than like 800-900 value, but on that same token, it's very, very rare to see Goreherd breaking before they get their value. Hovering around like the 600, 625 mark is usually what you'll see from them. On average, so they're very consistent in that regard, especially against a faction that doesn't have great melee troops to begin with. Empire is definitely very vulnerable to Beastmen pressure, just because Ungor Raiders rip Flagellants apart. They can hammer swordsmen and spearmen if they're engaged in combat and can't use their shields. You've got Minotaurs running around everywhere who can also chip in those fights, and even like Korngors, who aren't really meant for fighting infantry. Can give state troopers a run for their money just because they have 60 armor, and when they have their Primal Fury and whatnot, they can throw out a decent amount of melee attack onto the table. Harpies and Centaurs cleaned up the crossbows back here. Gintama is just all over this. Beastmen are a very tough faction to beat when they have a lead on you. The factions, I would say, that do their best work when they're leading would definitely have to be Beastmen, Dowie, and Grand Cathay, I would think. Usually all of those factions, when they're up on you, are going to just absolutely continue to steamroll over you because of the just the general balance of the factions and the way they work. Beastmen are just so quick. They'll just continually reinforce and stuff you off. You just have to kind of tune your builds for fighting against the Beastmen, and the biggest thing here for the Empire, Boris Todbringer is a great choice. He has gotten a lot of terror routes, but the problem is the lack of grenade launchers has meant that these Goreherd and Ungoreherd have stuck around so long. They're doing a lot of work holding these points, and keeping the Empire State Troopers honest, and allowing those Centaurs so much space to operate. And you can see the Centaurs have all traded pretty decently. Throwing Axes just got here, so they're working on it, but Sons of Goros were out on the field. They did some decent work, and the Butchers of Kalkengard with 2,900 value and nary a casualty to their name. That is just filthy stuff, dude. It's really hard to win a game if your opponent has an elite unit out on the field like this, almost doubling its value. If the game went on too much longer, they would assuredly get well over that threshold. Vice President Gorbel's done well for himself, too. Slaughter's Call is here. He's been buffing a lot of units up as he's just been running around punching people in the face. And Boris gets surrounded, and this is just one of those moments where, you know, the die is cast, time is out, and Boris has to answer the call of the Beastmen here. I'd be surprised if he even gets to pull out of this situation. He's got a little bit of a path here, but he is getting smacked up. Very lucky he didn't stagger with that last shot from the Butchers there. So he does jump up in the air. Kind of gets away. You had the Light Wizard doing some work.
The enemy has captured one of your victory
It's
points.
just a bit of a shame. On big open maps like this, I really wouldn't recommend a Light Wizard, actually. Light Wizards can be really strong against the Beastmen with Net of Ammontok, but Kentama did a really good job of spreading the battlefield out to the point that there really weren't that many good targets for Net. Got Malagor early, got a couple more out here on the flank against Harpies and Warhounds, which is just a really mediocre target to hit. And in the meantime, it was just Bulls on Parade. With the Butchers and all of these Corn Gores and Senties and Goreherd running around everywhere. You can see this guy getting some air, missing an arm in the process. Same here. Yeah, that's about the right kind of face that you would make when you're getting tossed around like that. Demigryph Knights on the way in. Demigryph Halberds are a pretty good option against the Beastmen. Maybe bringing them in a little earlier could have helped out, but I've said it before, I'll say it again. The big thing that the Empire needed here was grenade launchers. You could very easily fit them into this build. Knights of the Black Rose are actually a little bit lackluster in this matchup because they don't want to sit and fight on top of Beastmen infantry for very long. Just because your opponent's often going to have like Corn Gores, and then they'll be throwing Senties and Razor Goreherd out onto the field usually. It can make for a very bad engagement for Knights of the Black Rose because they're very good in sustained combat, but the Beastmen rely on charge bonus and ferocity to do a lot of their damage, and these guys just get chewed up by Razor Goreherd. It is such an ugly fight for them. You would really be better off cutting them, getting another Empire Knight, and maybe getting rid of like Grundle's Defenders and this Halberdier, and getting in your grenade launchers behind that, like 1 or even 2. Yeah, you'd be good. Alright, we got some replays from today's tournament, so we're going to jump into those. That was a nice, good game from Camera. Even though he got stuffed off and the objectives were all out of whack, he held on pretty well, just for the fact that his build wasn't really like tuned exceptionally well for the Beastmen. So if he just keeps those few things in mind that I've kind of laid out here, then I think I'll have a better time. Pretty much everything else is reasonable. I do like the Huntsman inclusion. They hit really hard against Centaurs. You just have to really protect your missiles here. The Hergy Jaeger Corps is intriguing, but probably not needed. It's a little hard to say how effective they ever really would be. They can definitely poke the Butchers, but Kentama did such a good job of holding those guys back. There never was a good opportunity for them to lay into their target of choice. Yeah, the Malagor snipe was awesome. That was like really the one thing that was going well for the Empire, but they couldn't follow it up. The Beastmen just stayed maneuverable and were just going absolutely crazy on everybody. Let's get these replays going. So we've got some Empire versus Norska. Huh? It's actually Camera again. Okay. So that was from last week's tournament. Just one of the ones we hadn't gotten to. Just while people were playing their games. Let's see how Camera ends up doing versus Norska. A lot of the same things apply in the Norska matchup as did in the Beastman one. Although Knights of the Black Rose are much better here. Just because they actually do hold up against the Skin Wolves really well. We'll get into that as we talk through the game. The big thing about Knights of the Black Rose versus Norska here is that Knights of the Black Rose have excellent armor. So when Skinwolves get engaged against them, unlike with Razorgore Herd, who have a majority of AP damage, Skinwolves don't have that. Skinwolves are also very lightly armored and have pretty weak melee defense, which is similar to the Razorgore Herd. It's just that the front-loaded damage of the Razorgore Herd really, really hammers against a very expensive unit that you can ill afford to take so much damage on so quickly. Norska grinds down their opponent with the Skinwolves more often than not. Norska uses their Skinwolves to protect Horsemasters. They bring in Ice Wolves and the Skinwolves to kind of assist in poking down all the big stuff and the mobility options. In that kind of an environment, the Knights of the Black Rose are a really good holding unit. They can go in and they can just bulldoze over Marauders and Marauder Berserkers, and then double up on their role in the mobility game, just making sure that your opponent can't just completely surround you, like the Norskins often want to do.
Keep it from the
You saw Knights of the Blazing Sun in reserve as well. I'm pretty sure the Hammer of the Witches was in there too. Master Engineer on the Steam Tank is a really interesting choice. Definitely a very powerful option. Has fallen off in recent times. The best way to use the Master Engineer is to just absolutely bully infantry with him. This Steam Tank is a lot like the Iron Demons. This thing is an absolute lawnmower of a unit. Very inefficient at range. You don't really use this guy's cannon if you can help it. You just ride him around and he fires the turret and his grenade launcher from the top, and he does plenty of range damage with just those. The actual cannon is mediocre at best. It's doing some good work right now because he's shooting Marauder Horsemasters with it, which is excellent target priority. Definitely what you want to be going for here. Kramer getting a shot wound up here. Misses the Fimir Balefiend. Balefiend with fire is going to be really scary for the Outriders even, as well as all these State Troopers. State Trooper Corps is very small. Going to be very careful as the Empire here. Because you don't want to leave your archers exposed. Like, they're a fairly cheap unit, but they're definitely going to control a lot of space against the Horsemasters here. But Skinwolves and Hounds, Norskan Ice Wolves, even, you know, like, all of this infantry that Norska has here, will be able to put a lot of pressure on them. So you can see a little bit of a retreat here from camera, overlapping his lines a little bit. You gotta watch where your units are getting tangled up like this. Just press spacebar. If you need to do, like, a huge pullback, just hit spacebar, see where your units are being given orders to, and make sure you've just got your units lining up centered over your missile units. If you've only got 3 melee units, just make sure that the front is covered as best as possible, and then use whatever mobility you have to protect the flanks. That's how you avoid the overwhelming Norskan pressure. Norska can go really deep on you, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Kramer decides to pull the trigger fairly soon once he gets maybe another Skinwolf and Norskan Ice Wolf out, and just goes, like, direct front up the pipe against the Empire here. Actually goes ahead and does that with the Beast of Tashnar a little bit early to pull the trigger, just because your opponent does have some Empire Knights on the field. Beast of Tashnar, yeah, they're anti-large, not really suited for fighting heavy cavalry though. Shutting down that archer was beautiful, and that's an amazing Sea Fang from Wolfric. Wolfric just chewing this archer up, absolutely ripping open this formation, leaving them very, very low on HP. A little bit of a whiff on a Burning Head. It's usually best not to use Burning Head preemptively to try and time up units that are moving. It's a decently long wind-up time. But on top of that, Burning Head has a very randomized wind effect. Most wind spells just go in a straight line. If you watch Burning Head, you'll see it wiggle. It does this number a lot. Sometimes it just completely veers off in one particular direction. It can be a little inconsistent at times. It's better to be trying to hit stuff that's occupied, so This swordsman here would be a really good target. I'm going to use green to emphasize where it'd be hitting. You could have also used it to hit this archer that's already weak. One burning head over the top of this already beat up archer from Seafang would guarantee the kill. It'd just be free value, basically. And it would guarantee that you don't have to commit anything to clean that guy up. You could use it back here. You could use it to hit this swordsman here if you wanted to, or the outriders if they stop to fire. Burning Head can actually do decent damage to low armor cavalry, which the outriders definitely are. Empire Knights attacking Skinwolves. This is where the heavy cavalry doesn't do so well. Right. Knights of the Black Rose have really high melee defense. Not so Empire Knights. Empire Knights charge in here and get some good early damage against the Skinwolves. They're very lucky to have the Outriders supporting them. But you can see the kind of damage that Skinwolves do in these engagements, even against heavily armored forces. This is what makes them so scary. The 110 armor really is saving the Empire Knights, but those extra stats that Knights of the Black Rose would have would really be coming in clutch right now if it was available to the Empire. The Knights breaking is a really ugly sign. Things are going to start getting really scary for the Empire here. They might be able to finish the Skinwolf off, but they are going to get a charge off on the Outriders. Outriders got to pull back now. You don't really have a whole lot to protect this Outrider unit, so forget about getting them set up again. Jade Wizard is flying around, actually going to attack Wolfric. Which is definitely not a very good idea. Wolfric is just going to turn around and beat the crap out of this poor caster. Jade Wizards are not very resilient in combat. They have awful stats, and Wolfric usually doesn't punch too well against characters, but this is definitely one of those characters that he can easily manhandle. The Master Engineer has just been too inactive in the front line. You'd see State Troopers again getting absolutely ripped apart. They just aren't meant for those kinds of fights. They cannot withstand decently priced mid-tier infantry. Not that Marauders are. Marauders really are a chaff unit, but Marauders do beat State Troopers, generally speaking, and Berserkers are more of the mid-tier infantry that I'm talking about. This is your mid-tier infantry in question. Anything with good weapon strength, charge bonus, and melee attack is going to just bully State Troopers, mediocre stats, and awful armor. The Master Engineer, you bring him because you want to flip the front line fight around. To that end, you just have him roll over everything in melee combat. He can do a lot of damage as he's rolling through stuff. He just chunks down units. You can drop pigeon bombs and restock stuff as you move past. Anything and everything. He really is a support character. You can see the Jade Wizard losing that fight versus Wolfric. Just gotta be careful. You can, like, hit and run with the Jade Wizard if Wolfric is occupied by another character, but otherwise, definitely going to be a bit of a waste. Beautiful Pigeon Bomb. Oh my goodness. Massive damage to the Marauder Horsemaster Corps. It kills a ton of models, as you can see, in the middle of that strike area. Nice stuff, but he doesn't finish any of these units off, and they get on his flank, throwing those javelins in against him, and chunking him a little bit. I mean, the directional shield on this thing is pretty ridiculous. You can see that it gives a massive missile block chance. 70% at the front, 35% at the sides, 7% at the rear. Very hard to kill this guy at range. He used to be impossible to kill in melee combat because pigeon bombs and his little grenade launcher, which he can shoot at like point-blank range, would just do ridiculous amounts of damage to everything that tried to engage on top of him. It's been tuned back a little bit, but he's still really scary. He can definitely perform pretty well. Knights of the Blazing Sun out. They've done much better than the Empire Knights, but they're rapidly running out of room, and there's no heals anymore. That Jade Wizard runs right off the field. Big bye-bye to him. And now it's just going to be Norska stuffing back the Empire. You know, Camera's builds are just proving to be a little too vulnerable, I would say. little too much range at times against these very aggressive factions. The magic has been a little up and down, I would say, as well. There's definitely quite a few things that you need to clean up when you're playing the Empire if you're going to be winning with them. These mixed Empire builds usually don't go very well. Empire doesn't really actually want to play combined arms all that much. Empire is much better if you skew your builds more heavily towards just full, like, infantry carpets, or you go, like, mass mobility. If you're trying to fit in a little bit of everything, that's where the Empire falls off, because their units are just a little bit mediocre at filling out all the possible, like, combat roles that units can fill in this game. Factions that want to spread out their types of units is like Khorne and some other factions like that. Generally speaking, the Empire does their best work when they focus on trying to play one particular style very effectively. Against Norsca, some war wagons would really be a good call. War wagons with their AP shooting, especially with a Master Engineer on the steam tank, will be really hard to engage against. They'll get a bunch of restocks. You can easily poke back Marauder Horse Masters. You can put a lot of pressure on the mobility like the Norscan Ice Wolves without putting yourself in too much danger. You just keep some Empire Knights around to get the Norscan Ice Wolves off, occupy Skin Wolves, and then you can maneuver around and just like pour fire in. And you just avoid engagements against the Marauders. The Marauders have just gotten to beat up on all the targets that they want to. And the Marauder Berserkers clearing out a whole bunch of Empire bodies. You can see the Horsemaster Corps being cleaned up here, but they've just been shooting at the Master Engineer. This guy's 3,400 value. Here at the end, he's actually been occupied a little bit more, rolling over stuff and getting into proper melee fights. You can see his value adjusting accordingly. Those pigeon bombs also coming in pretty clutch. Gotten some pretty good damage out of those. Cameron does save the back line. This is pretty huge, and he did hold on to this #1 objective. This game is not over, actually. For a minute there, I was really thinking that Cameron might be on the way out, but the Master Engineer holding on the #1 objective with Sigmar's Sons maybe going to give him an avenue back into this game. It is still an uphill fight, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's got a nice little pocket here. Hammer of the Witches is alive with all 4 models. I would stop shooting at the Fimra Balefiend. Not really the best target. Just hit these Marauders and preferably the Marauder Champions and Brutes of the Hound up here on the high ground. Kramer with the value lead can definitely get some really good damage done here and hold on to this middle point for quite a while. I did see the Sterling's Revenge going for their flank fight. They ended up getting cleaned up back here by the Norskins. They're very good at responding to pressure from state troopers. Really what you want to do here, yeah, there you go, get a nice heal from that Jade Wizard. Jade Wizard with a huge regrowth on the Master Engineer. Just run over the Beast of Tashnar here, still not charging with this thing. Now that he's out of ammo, though, hopefully Camera has no option but to. You just get this steam tank commander up into the infantry here and just roll over them on the point. Because Norsca is not going to want to leave it, because they don't want to leave the caps unattended, because it is a very close game. That back pressure, where Cameron was able to grab that #3 objective for a while, actually really doing him quite a bit of good right now. Definitely keeping him in this match currently. Knights of the Black Rose, there's no real point in trying to pull them out of that fight. I mean, they're caught dead to rights for all intents and purposes. Really not a lot of maneuvering for them to do effectively there. Nice pigeon bombs on the Berserkers. And we'll see what the Steam Tank Commander can get done. Knights of the Black Rose are basically on the way out here, but Knights of the Blazing Sun get a great charge against the Wolves here. Beast of Tashnar and the Norscan Ice Wolves both suffering in this fight. Decent little Earthbloods, not in time to save the Knights of the Black Rose, though. Blazing Sun's really appreciating that heal, though. Free Company Militia in. Oh no, but a rally from the Marauders here, and the Grundle's Defenders a little back of the actual artillery crew, and the Norskins are able to kill the Amber of the Witches here. Oh, that's devastating. Oh my god. Really needed those guys if you were going to get anything done here. Master Engineer engaged in the front line, a little bit trapped in all this infantry. You really got to keep giving him orders so that the steam tank doesn't stop moving. Because the steam tank in prolonged combat, it's not going to take a bunch of damage. It's still going to put out some decent DPS. Just with its weird, kind of janky, grindy animations in combat, but it's the collision attacks that really cause it to do an exceptional damage to infantry, and again, we're just not seeing enough of that from camera. This steam tank commander could have like 7,000 value right now, I kid you not. He just doesn't get played a lot because he is a little bit easier to fight in melee now. He can be killed, unlike in the past where he was an absolute unstoppable nightmare from the depths of hell. You can see he's still very, very effective. He's just super expensive, too. He's like 3,000 gold with the pigeon bombs and restocks. It's the Blazing Sun threatening a charge on the Marauder Horsemasters, but good micro from Kramer, just keeping away. That's the Blazing Sun getting set up for a charge here, it looks like. Definitely need to pull the trigger now. Empire Knights coming from the other side here. Looks like they're going to go after the Marauders, though. Up, turns around, and does get a little bit of a sandwich, but coming from the other side are the Skin Wolves and the Norscan Ice Wolves, and that's just going to be a complete pin and a functional kill on these cavalry. They have nowhere to go now. The Empire Knights are very bad in prolonged combat. Knights of the Blazing Sun aren't much better. Add on the fact that they're very tired and they're losing a lot of stats here. It's a bit of a make or break moment, obviously. I mean, it's the end of the game. You kind of just go for a desperation play. Just a bit of a shame that you're not seeing a little bit more efficiency out of these guys. It's actually a really nice burning head just to break the leadership on the Knights a little bit earlier. You can see all of those leadership debuffs stacking on these poor guys, and they just are not going to be able to get it done. Really well played by Kramer. Great aggression in the late game, just hanging in there and doing as good of a job as you possibly can to keep the Master Engineer under control. Trying to lock him in place with as many bodies as possible. Not a bad way to go about it, because you just don't want him running around terror routing everything, causing issues that way. He still did amazing, though. I mean, 4,100 value is pretty gross. Horsemasters were solid. The Berserkers were excellent. Both of them paying for themselves, killing a ton of state troopers in the process. Spearmen and the Marauders were acceptable. Wolfert and 1,400 value. Beating that Jade Wizard was huge. That was another mistake by Camera. Just don't use the Jade Wizard to attack Wolfert, please. It's never going to work out in your favor. Jade Wizards have very low combat stats. If he sits there too long, he'll just get absolutely canned by the superior duelist. Knights of the Blazing Sun were great. Again, the reinforcements, just tons and tons and tons and tons of infantry, which against a really quick faction like Norska just gets you into trouble, because you can see all the Norscan mobility with really good value trades. All that Kramer was doing was avoiding all of these spearmen, just riding circles around them and ganging up on all of the isolated Empire mobility. You could cut all of these spearmen and the halberds, bring like one more Free Company militia, cut the two Empire Knights, and just round out the rest of your army with all Knights of the Blazing Sun. That fire damage is so indispensable here. Skinwolves hate getting attacked by fire damage units. Because even though Knights of the Blazing Sun don't have magic attacks to get around Skinwolves' Fizz Res, Skinwolves have regen, so you're doing 20% extra damage. So functionally, it's all equaling out with the Skinwolf fight. And then your unit has superior armor and shock damage, and the Skinwolves are just going to melt as they get engaged on. That's why this one Knight of the Blazing Sun did more than any of the other mobility units for the Empire combined here. You can still keep the Knight of the Black Rose. The reason for that is just in case you need a little bit of extra help for the Master Engineer clearing out all the infantry. And like I said, in a pinch, they can be a nice roadblock for the Skinwolves at least. So, just a few things to keep in mind there. Bodies on the back end usually pretty bad against factions that can just beat you in the front line and then also outspeed you and just gang up on all your mobility units. It's a little bit unfortunate for Camera there. He put up a really good fight though. He could have given up the game, but stuck with it and made a bit of a comeback attempt there, which is nice to see. So we got a couple more people dropping replays in here. Go ahead and grab those. That's from last week, okay. Just looking at some other replays that I've saved over time. Oh, you know what? Somebody sent me the finals from a tournament the other day. Broccoli Fangirl did that for me. I haven't gotten a chance to watch it yet. So maybe after the finals for the new player tournament, we'll check that out. Oh my god. And one more thing before we get into the other replays. I've got a game I'm supposed to play for one of the monthly tournaments. So I need to hit up my opponent for the game I haven't played yet. Alright, that's out of the way. It's just a really good game. From stream the other day, if you want to see it. Against Renataki, it was a really close one. So we've got Care Bear and Hattie showing down here. Chaos Dwarves versus the Dowie. I mean, what more could you possibly want, dude? This is a beautiful, beautiful sight. As flavorful and loreful of a matchup as you're ever going to get in this game. And you got Belgar Ironhammer. Obviously tired of the shenanigans from the Chaos Dowie. Gonna be rocking in here with his massive HP pool for foot character. Tons of bros hanging out with him. Lots of rangers, Dowie warriors, a bunch of miners, and 2 cannons. Soul of Damnation here is going to need to be played with very carefully because it'll absolutely get mulched by the Dowie artillery. It is going to be a bit of a walk, though, for the Dowie artillery to get in range of this thing. It should be able to sit fairly far back and just chuckle. So, the Chaos Dwarf army, it's certainly not bad for the dwarves. This big, like, blob of bodies, a lot of it's very cheap, obviously, with Goblin Laborers and Orc Laborers mixed in here. Orc Laborers can actually do some decent damage as well with the weapon strength, being a majority AP here. Yeah, they've only got 22 melee attack, but they can actually beat up on miners a fair amount. Miners are really awful in combat themselves, so orc laborers being cheaper will actually probably do pretty well for themselves there. Cheeky little miner vanguard up onto the #1 here for the dwarves. And just going right for the Hobgoblin Raiders. Wolf Raiders needing to pull back early here, getting away from those dwarves. Miners can get pushed around by just about anything, but with their heavy armor, Skirmish Cav can struggle against them a fair amount. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are very squishy too, so that's like one of the few instances where a miner unit is going to be able to pretty easily keep away the mobile units that they're facing down. I'm gonna have to restart my game. Oh my god, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It's getting real choppy. Before we get too far into this, I'm gonna restart my computer. We also have some shenanigans going on the other side. There's like a memory leak going on with Total Warhammer right now. It's been driving me absolutely crazy. Alright, there we go. Alright, sorry for jumping in and out like that, folks. Just not gonna sit there with the awful performance and just watch through it. I don't know why it's been such an enduring problem. We'll see. Maybe when the new patch comes out, it'll fix it. All my drivers are up to date and everything, and for whatever reason, it's only in the replay viewer that it does this. If I'm actually playing games, performance never ever drops. I don't know why it's been like this. It's just very weird. First round was Korn Slanesh. Damn, dude. That's beyond a lock-in needed. Introduce unit. Yeah, I can do that. I'll introduce units a little bit better. Thank you for reminding me. So, Soul of Damnation here. Lots of Orc Laborers, tons of Goblin Laborers, just Garbo units that you use to tire your opponent out, do a little bit of damage, and allow your Chaos Dwarf Warriors and Hobgoblin Archers to move in and get cost-effective value once the enemy is worn out. Hobgoblin Archers, they got the fire damage and decent missile strength. It's not super important for the Dowie matchup. I'm a little worried about them because Rangers have a bronze shield in better range. Is it better range? Yeah, they do have better range. So the Hobgoblin Archers are probably going to trade pretty poorly here. It's worth keeping in mind when your opponent has much tankier missile options than yourself. Because the last thing you want to do is like run forward with these little Hobgoblin Archers and just get absolutely pincushioned by max Rangers here. You know, and that's kind of what the Dowie have gone for. Hattie is definitely going to try and take advantage of that. Equal number of units on each side, and Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets in the woods here are going to be coming out, piling in, and trying to clear through these poor little miners. Which is going to be a pretty easy task for them. They've got the Precursor Missile, They throw these little, I don't know what exactly these guys throw. Oh, little throwing knives. Okay, that's kind of cool. Sneaky Gets with their little throwing knives. Hammering down the miners, getting into melee contact with them. A nice little attack from either side, honestly. It's really good control from Care Bear. Really love to see that. You can see how quickly the miners melt under this pressure. Getting double teamed, superior melee combatants, and yeah, the miners just go down like a lump there. Oh my goodness. And over here on the number 1, you can see the miners just keeping the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders from capping this point, though. A little bit annoying for sure. But we've got another Sneaky Get on the other side here. We already saw how effective 2 were. This one should be able to win by itself, but with the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider just looping around and getting a rear charge, that would be as good of tactics as you could possibly get in this circumstance. And it looks like Care Bear is going to set up for that. You can see the Wolf Raiders kind of skirting around that pillar in the far distance and moving into position to kind of go after those guys. Nice, beautiful Dwarven lines advancing forward. A lot of Dwarf Warriors in the front line. They will be a nice bulwark against the Goblin Laborers and Orc Laborers. And Chaos Dowie Warriors will trade pretty closely with them. The Chaos Dwarf Warriors are a little bit more expensive and thus better in combat, but it's really not like a notable difference per se. I got a little bit more HP, a little bit more melee attack, a little bit more melee defense, and weapon strength. But it's just a wet noodle contest regardless, because Dwarf Warriors have 40 melee defense. Chaos Dowie Warriors only have 30 melee attack. They're both just here to buffer for the missile units, and that's where the Dowie have the advantage. They've got all these Rangers here that will do amazing work. Cannons are going to be pretty nice. And you can see the Soul of Damnation is already jumping into the forest. Care Bear are a little bit afraid of this thing getting shot up by the Dowie artillery, which is opening up on it. Does take one shot, but the tree's stopping most of those artillery shots from making contact. A couple more slip through. I think the Soul of Damnation is going to go down pretty quickly here. That's going to be a real pain.
The foe's victory point.
So what we just saw there's a little radius around Belegar. He got hit by the Final Chains Mutation, which honestly is a huge waste against him. He's got huge spell resistance and a crap load of HP for a foot character. Compare him to the Sorcerer Prophet here. He's only got 4,000 HP. Belegar has just shy of 6k. He is not under any real pressure and danger from Final Chains Mutation, or even Spirit Leech would struggle to finish him in a timely manner. Skyhammer Squadron is in. It's going to be trying to shoot the Sorcerer Prophet as well. Belegar, he gets trapped up in the Hobgoblin Archers, but pretty nice fight for him, just locking down an entire missile unit by himself with some, or actually with some Dwarf Warriors who have crept through the front line. Nice little Dowie bulwark here for sure. Skyhammer Squadron, wow, actually doing a bunch of damage with their bombing run. I had no idea it was that effective against Kadai. Wow, almost 2,000 HP off of the Kadai there. That bombing run misses a little bit. Maybe it'd be nice to see you save that last one just to hammer some of these Chaos Dwarf Warriors, but it's not that big of a deal. Just focus down these Kadai, though. Definitely need to get them off the field. The Kadai Fireborn are going to be a really incredible infantry clearing tool for the Chaos Dwarves. They can very easily bully their way through all these Rangers in succession if given a chance. Looks like right now they're going to go after the Dowie Warriors, though. Very good fight for them. You can see how quickly the Kadai Fireborn get in here. Start ripping those poor little guys up. Huge weapon strength, melee attack a little mediocre at base, but a huge bonus versus infantry. Means these guys are very, very well suited for the role that they're intended for. That's not always the case. It's worth pointing out that sometimes units have, like a bonus versus infantry, but are equally good against like cav units and certain large targets. Kadai, though, are definitely one of those type of tools that are expressly good at one thing and one thing only. They're really not that effective against any large targets of any kind. They can, like, fight against cavalry, but they usually don't do great against them. Soul of Damnation is still alive, and that shot just brutalizes the Rangers there. Amazing contact with those things. Oh my god, and the cannons all got shut down. Oh, by Wolf Raiders. And Sneaky gets, maybe? Oh man, one Wolf Raider sneaks into the back there. Yeah, and they're just wreaking havoc against the Rangers and the Cannon Corps. The cannons dying here is devastating. Yeah, it's a Wolf Raider got back here and actually took these guys out. Secret agents and everything. I didn't even expect them getting back there. But look at this. Care Bird just jumping all over the dwarves. And here's the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider in question that got that cannon for sure. 1,200 value on this, what, 475 gold unit or 500 gold unit now? Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are pretty cheap. And doubling your value out of a mobility unit like that, beautiful stuff. And now pressuring all of the Rangers at once. Orc laborers and goblin laborers beat up but rallying, able to get back here and just occupying so much space and attention. And leaving the Fireborn in the front line to really chew up all of what the Dowie have available melee-wise. Dowie melee troops very unequal to the task of value trading and winning a game by themselves. Without anything to really shut down the Soul of Damnation, game would be over. But they do actually kill it with the Skyhammer Squadron. Focusing on all the wrong stuff. Big plays going off in the background from both sides here. One cannon crew is available. 18 models in these guys. I don't think jumping on the cannons is really going to do a whole lot right now. There's really not even a position to sit and fire from. More Kadai Fireborn with a lot of bodies to sit on top of. Screaming forward, and the cannon crew is running right into the teeth of hell here. Quite literally. Demonic hellfire visiting them in their dreams and in their waking moments as well. Killing them really quickly. Routs them immediately. Giant Slayers are getting into this fight, but they've got to get through the Goblin Laborers and the Orc Laborers first, so they very well could get tired out here, and you can actually see them taking a bunch of unnecessary damage as they try to push through. This is something you have to get down on the individual level and take a look at, because when you give your unit an attack order, and that enemy unit that you want to attack is running away from you, if you get dragged into the middle of other enemy units, those enemy units will be getting free hits on you as you're running away. And the Giant Slayers took about 2,000 damage here. And the Orc Laborers and the Goblin Laborers just like immediately paid for themselves. I mean, it's not like a tremendous performance from them, but considering how cheap those are, any value that you're getting that's an uptrade is honestly pretty exponential. Giant Slayers break through, but the Kadai Fireborn are a million miles away by now. Just running all over the rallying Dwarven units. Another Kadai Fireborn out here. This is just game, set, and match. There's too many Kadai Fireborn to deal with. Even if your Slayers and Giant Slayers could get free at this point, the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider, or the Hobgoblin Archer Corps, not the Wolf Raider Corps. The Hobgoblin Archer Corps is healthy enough to be able to put pressure on these guys with their fire arrows. Add on to the fact that there's bodies to sit on top of with a bunch of sneaky gets, and the Kadai Fireborn, even with taking damage against anti-large targets, are still going to be able to value trade very, very efficiently here. Oh my god, an Iron Demon coming out now. Iron Demon is just insult to injury, dude. Care Bear with an excellent game here, man. Like, the value is pretty even, but it's about as grim as it can get for the Dwarves right now. They really don't have anything to stop Giant Slayers from getting canned. by the hobgoblins here. You can see, even without support, this Competitve Fireborn unit actually bulldozing over the Giant Slayers and doing huge chunky damage to these guys. Not going to trade out super efficiently. They only get about 1,000 value. It's a 1,400 gold unit, the Competitve Fireborn.
One of your units has been destroyed.
They do occupy the attention of those guys enough to allow this Hobgoblin Archer on the off angle to really start laying into the Giant Slayers here. We're going to take some pretty hideous damage on the way past them. Some Chaos Dwarf Warriors trying to close the gap. Care Bear has a decent amount of supplies. Gets a sneaky get in as the reinforcement. You've got Chaos Dwarf Warrior, great weapons moving across the field. And the Iron Demon and the Competitve Fireborn, more than a match for the Miners over here. Miners just getting swept up. And a Hobgoblin Wolf Raider with 666 HP. Cleaning up a bunch of Miners. What do you know, man? 1,600 value on that unit, too. That's disgusting. Yeah, Giant Slayers getting steamrolled by the Fireborn. This Fireborn unit doing much better in the value trading. On the other side here... Excuse me, guys. I'm really feeling it right now. Congestion's kicking my ass at the moment. On the other side here, the Competitve Fireborn. All over Belagar. They got him pretty fully surrounded, and he is broken. He did a pretty good job of holding in here. Only got 441 value, though. Oh man, you just gotta watch. Out for flanks as the Dowie. You just can't let your opponent get into your cannon cookie jar so cleanly. Because when the cannons went down, that meant that the Skyhammer Squadron had to be the one to go pressure the Soul of Damnation back here. And they did kill the Soul of Damnation, but then they died themselves. And the Skyhammer Squadron is a unit that you really need to get massive value out of. Under optimal conditions for it to really be worth it, because it's very expensive. The bombing runs come at quite a premium, and Skyhammer Squadron can get you like 2,700 value pretty consistently. I wouldn't be too surprised if it only got like 1,500. Yeah, it actually did get about 1,500. Immediately blows the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders up, though. That was a beautifully timed bombing run. I think, honestly, if Hattie had used the Skyhammer Squadron as the backline sweeper, the cannons might have been able to stay online. Keeping it close by just to drop those bombing runs on the Wolf Raiders really isn't a bad idea. Wolf Raiders are fairly cheap, but if you're summoning, like, multiples out of them, like Care Bear was doing in the early game, just a few good bombing runs is chunking these units down from, like, full to less than half. That's like 400 value, give or take, for each bombing run from the Skyhammer Squadron. And while those bombing runs versus the Competitve were more effective than I thought, they were not really all that efficient, I would say. Sometimes it's just about using the unit in its most efficient role and not necessarily about trying to do everything for the army. Because there's other units that the Dowie can use to beat up on Competitve Fireborn. Enough Rangers firing together can actually poke down the 80 armor on these guys pretty effectively. And the Skyhammer Squadron, as I've said, can be a little bit more efficiently used to poke single entities, some backline units, and sweep for hobgoblins. Miners moving up to the number 3, but Care Bear, very firm hold over 2 objectives. The Dowie were able to sneak this number 1 in the interim with a couple of like rallying Miners and Dwarf Warriors, but Sneaky gets moving over, would be able to occupy that space and retake. Really not too scary for them, and the Dwarves are just too far back. There's no way they can even cap the number 3 in time. They're just way too slow. That's like the big failing of the Dowie themselves. And one of the reasons that the Chaos Dwarves do so well into the Dowie. Chaos Dowie actually have mobile units. Dwarves just have to trundle with their 28 or 30 foot speed everywhere they want to go, so they can get outpositioned by the Chaos Dwarves if they're not careful. And this is just one of those games where the Dowie got their main formation kind of cracked open by specialized tools and then stuffed back, and they stayed in the game, but they just couldn't really find a way to secure their objectives and grind out the ticket win like they really want to. Dwarves are very good at playing from ahead, but they suck at trying to make a comeback. That lack of speed hampers them so badly, and the lack of decent trading melee units. The Slayers and Giant Slayers really just were okay. I mean, the Giant Slayers especially, I believe, are a 1,300 gold unit, and they did not get there. And that's a really ugly and concerning thing to see when you're using those guys. The Kadai didn't quite value trade for themselves either, but they did a much better job of getting close. The lowest performing one still got 1,000 value, which neither of the Giant Slayers even got close to. And the Wolf Raiders, man, they were so well used. Care Bear with some great control over this large army, just jumping on Hattie and never letting up. The Hobgoblin Archers ended up getting room to actually perform and do some work, so nice to see. Very solid game one from her. I'll be right back, guys. I've got to go deal with my congestion. I'm going to go take something and blow my nose, clear my throat. I don't think y'all want to stick around for that. It's going to be unholy sounds from the Chaos Realms themselves. So, just hang in here until I'm back. I'll be gone for 4 or 5 minutes. I'm not going to subject you to blowing my nose on the mic. It was my stream, though. If I wanted to, I would. I'm not gonna, though. Y'all would be too terrified. Be shaken, truly, by the unholy noise. Save some of these replays. People are dropping around 2 games. We're going to be jumping into those now. We've got one from Pont who's playing on the Skaven today that we'll get back to. Really like to see some of these other matches. I didn't drop them in yet. Alright, well, we gotta do some Slaanesh versus Khorne. It's a really tough matchup for the Blood God. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's definitely one where it's a bit of an uphill climb at times. You gotta be very, very careful about the engagements you take here. And Pancakes is going for a pretty solid army. The only thing that's a little bit out of the ordinary is Scar Bloodwrath here. You really don't see him too often, but I have seen some people making some builds with him.
Skulls, blood, skulls, skulls and blood and skulls, skulls.
Very normal day for Skulltaker. Anyways, Scar really isn't a bad character. I mean, the only, like, downside with Scar Bloodwrath is that Blood Tally can proc early, or, sorry, his Bloodborne ability can proc early without having a bunch of charge on Blood Tally, which can really hamper his 1 heal that he gets per game. He does really good damage, though. He's an excellent, excellent duelist, and against Sigvald, he might actually be able to pummel Sigvald a little bit here. We'll have to see how it plays out over the long term, but Scaramore's Butchers is a really nice imbuement. A little bit of extra damage, and then also the armor sundering in a radius around him. It's going to do a lot of work against these Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, and even getting rid of whatever armor that, like, Exalted Demonettes or Heartseekers or Fiends have can definitely help you out a little bit. Every bit of armor does give a slight exponential, like, increase to survivability on a unit. Even against a faction like Khorne that has, like, a majority AP damage on a lot of their attacks, there's usually tons of base weapon damage that's still on the back end of these type of units, like the throwing axes, where there's that 6 extra base missile damage that you could be benefiting from. And then obviously their melee attacks here. These guys have a huge charge bonus and 44 weapon strength with a bonus of versus infantry of 5. Debuffing armor and then kind of getting rear charges with those guys onto the Chaos Warriors can pay off pretty nicely for you. Skulltaker goes right up the gut. He's not scared of anything in this Slaanesh army right now. None of these units are very well tuned for beating up on Skulltaker. That's like my one concern right now with Klug's build. You're seeing a bunch of Hellscourge warriors who are very good at just defending points and withstanding throwing axe fire with their silver shields. They can beat up marauders pretty nicely, but Chaos Warrior halberds with their weapon strength and decent melee attack, plus Scar Bloodwrath and Skulltaker, these guys are going to be really vulnerable to getting chewed up. And the Exalted Demonettes are very far away. Not really in a position to help out in the front line for this early going engagement. Marauders and some more halberds off to the side. Just a really nice press here from Khorne out the gate. Minotaur, great weapon on the way in. Klug with a ton of supplies. 2,900, now 3,000 in the bank. Probably the biggest thing that takes people time to get used to in the domination scene especially is just being able to juggle your summons with your need to micro in the front line. It's not a bad idea to bank like 1 to 2k supplies. Very rarely do you want to be floating 3,000 though. It's usually not going to be doing you a whole lot of favors. Devoted Marauders get bulldozed by the Khorne Marauders. Really nice fight here for the Blood God. Just getting a lot of damage in there. Skull Taker is kind of pushing around poor Sigvald for the time being. Scar Bloodwrath is up in the front here with the Chaos Warrior Halberds. And just chewing through the Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh here. You can see these Chaos Warriors getting a little bit of damage done. But Scar's doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. His weapon strength is really damn good with a lot of melee attack at base. So he's very efficient at clearing models on elite units like this. And it's a really good sign for Khorne that the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh have kind of blundered their way into the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs are just going to absolutely rip apart the Horsemen here. Minos are exceptional at this role, especially sitting on top of Skull Taker, because he gives them massive leadership buffs. And Minotaurs of Khorne, the one fail point of them is the 70 base leadership. When they're sitting on top of Skull Taker, though, they get an extra 16 at base, plus whatever extra bonuses they get from like charging around and attacking stuff. He can keep them in a fight for ages, given the opportunity. Exalted Demonettes cleaning up some Marauders in the flank, but really not that big of a deal. And we've got Bloodletters fighting against Exalted Demonettes. And this fight is actually not that bad for the Bloodletters, especially if they get some buffs. They do lose melee attack because of the Charmed effect, but they do have their bonus versus infantry that makes up for that. And Exalted Demonettes, stats are weak enough that with a little bit of buff support, Bloodletters can trade very efficiently into them. You can see that it's going about even pound for pound here, but that's going to favor the much cheaper unit in the Bloodletters right now. Exalted Demonettes and some Hell Scourges on top of the two characters, but these are two very tanky and defensive characters, believe it or not. The reason that Skull Taker is so defensive is because of his immune to flanking ability. While he only has 23 melee defense, that's active in a cone all the way around him. Or, not really a cone. It's active in a radius around him. So, normally, characters like Skull Taker that are surrounded by infantry will take a bunch of damage as units are hitting against their rear of their model, which means that there's no melee defense active, but the ITP, or the immune to flanking from Cloak, means he does have melee defense there. Plus, you have to consider the fact that the animations on the Blood Throne are very chaotic. I mean, he just goes flying through formations, so it's honestly very rare for him to be fully surrounded anyways. He's also got Gore Feast, and just a ton of melee attack. I mean, dude has 61 at base on this throne with 561 weapon strength. It's really disgusting. He's got his Hellblade active. Pretty much everything that Skull Taker could possibly want going for him is available and active, and he's taking full advantage right now. Rallying Devoted Hellscourge Marauders come in and do clean up some of the Khorne Marauders, but things are looking real nice for Khorne right now. Chaos Sorcerer is surrounded by Marauders who have just been chewing him up. These guys do have pretty decent melee attack for a 400 gold unit. And they are able to eventually drag down this poor Chaos Sorcerer. The Halberd's holding really nicely and holding up against some Fiends. Fiends kind of screaming in from the front, though. You gotta get that devastating flanker off with your Slaaneshi unit. Slaanesh is very micro-intensive. They do definitely have the ability to grind against the Blood God. But right now, Khorne is just reinforcing the objectives really cleanly, and a little bit of a inefficient spread of units. You got all these Hellstriders out here attacking the number 2 objective. They did clean up a lot of the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne. You can see some Furies and Horsemen out here. I've obviously been chasing some stuff off. You can see some Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh have been removed from this mortal plane by those guys. And in a really close game, or even in a favored game, Khorne is pretty nasty. They are just so good on an individual basis. As long as Khorne is able to just kind of stick and move here, and they don't allow their units to get isolated, they're probably going to be able to close this one out. You get a Keeper of Secrets coming in to fight Scar. Scar has definitely charged up his blood tally pretty nicely. I think it's already procced, though. It doesn't look like it has. So, you know, a little bit of a shame, but it's keeping him in this fight until the Halberd Warriors and the Marauders arrive, just so that they can maybe drag down this Fiend unit. Scar's a really good duelist, but against something that isn't infantry-sized, he is going to fall off a little bit against it. And you can see all of these debuffs to his melee attack causing him some issues here. It's really cool to see a Keeper of Secrets on the back end.
One of your units has been
You don't really
destroyed.
see the baseline Greater Demons get taken too often. But this is an example where it can actually do some pretty good work. I mean, just in case your opponent is really heavy into single entities, you've got that extra bit of combat prowess, and an especially quick one at that, since you've got Sigvald, who's a little slow and grindy. You can see the Keeper of Secrets is about the same value as Sigvald right now. The reason you bring Sigvald against Khorne is just in case Skulltaker is on the field. Skulltaker is unfortunately a little overtuned right now in many respects. It'd be nice if he could get balanced without ruining him, because a lot of the other Khorne Lords are a little bit inefficient right now. He's really like one of the only ones that you can reliably get up trades with. We'll see about the balance priority for CA though in the next patch, because it's coming soon, guys. I mean, December 5th, I believe, is the release date. So just about a week away. We'll be seeing what we're going to get out of all that. Pavane going down on Skulltaker, not really very effective. Pavane is best used on mobility units you want to pull out of position. Because the damage spread on this is intended for largish units, so stuff like Marauder Horsemen and Furies are really what you want to hit with Pavane. Because those are also very fast units. So while they can pull away during the damage phase, the rampage phase for 14 seconds, if there's something near them, they'll chase themselves into a really ugly fight pretty quickly, if you're able to get a good Pavane off on them. That just hasn't been available for Slaanesh here. I think it would have been better to just go with the Blissful Rapture and Lash and Acquiescence instead, and just be popping buffs all game. Trying to use Pavane to pull Khorne out of position has not really worked out, because there just haven't been any good targets. Khorne has done a really good job of playing together. Death Pancakes with some really solid play and engagements. Has denied Slaanesh any of the usual, like, goodie bag type of situations that they really, like, thrive on taking advantage of. Khorngors and the Halberds just chilling on the number 2. You know, that pressure on the number 1 objective was nice. You got the triple cap for a while, and then you just slowly grind Slaanesh for a while here, and just seed the ground, rally back to your home objective, and make sure you're defending the other one with a decent force. And you can see how well that's paid off. Chaos Warrior Halberds over here, some pretty solid value around the 800 mark, hanging in against this Keeper of Secrets and the Fiends. They'd definitely be able to grind out about 400 or 500 value here fighting against these guys. But ticket's real ugly for Slaanesh, and that's going to be a game, set, match scenario. One thing to consider as Slaanesh here is playing a little closer in with your Exalted Demonettes instead of bringing all these Hellstriders out early, building up on Fiends instead. And you had a bunch of Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh in that were the first summons. Hold off on those guys, get out 2 Fiends, and then you can get out the remaining Horsemen or get out the Hellstriders at that point. And instead of the Hell Scourges, honestly, the the anti-large Hellstriders are the best option. Just because you're needing them against like Minotaurs and the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, because Marauder Horsemen of Khorne can actually fight okay against Hell Scourges. It's not like a great fight for them, but the anti-large Hellstriders tend to do a little bit better into the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne because they're cheaper. They've got poison as well. They also, good grief, they also have a bonus versus large of 10. And against the really low melee defense of the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, it makes all the difference for them to be able to get the winning edge in those fights. And usually, in an equal fight between 3 anti-large Hellstriders and 3 Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, dominant win for the anti-large Hellstriders. And they do it on a much cheaper premium, so you don't have to wait those extra seconds before you can get out these Hell Scourges. Hell Scourges are better into some other factions. I don't really want to get too far into it right now, but I think that there's just those couple of things that can be changed, and Sigvald, I would just not bring against Khorne right now with how good Skulltaker is. Scar Bloodwrath also did some good damage to him, and the Chaos Sorcerer is just a little too vulnerable here. It's better to bring Nakari, actually, if you want to go for a very expensive hero and lord core. And I'll just bring you over to show you real quick why that is. Where the hell is Slaanesh? There they are. Drop this out. Nakari is really expensive, but you can cut a lot of these things. You bring the Wit Stealer Sword, you can bring Lash Acquiescence, Blissful Rapture is nice. Soul Siphon can be really good because Nakari is great at scaring the hell out of cheaper Khorne 8 units, like Marauders. Just because Khorne has Frenzy doesn't mean that you can't Terror out them. That ITP wears off at 50% leadership, and Slaanesh has a lot of leadership debuffs that they can throw around. It can be really scary and dangerous to bring anything with low leadership against Slaanesh. Harvester of Souls is also an amazing heal. Anytime a unit dies, you get a fat heal per second and vigor reduction, 21 seconds, and the cooldown is only 15 seconds, so this procs all the time. Nakari can get those heals by beating up on demonic units, because demonic units dissipate, and that counts as being destroyed. So there's very easy ways to proc Harvester in this matchup. Khorne actually really needs to be careful about bringing any demonic units against Slaanesh for that reason. It's actually better to bring units that route because it denies Nakari the heal. You can also do a Keeper of Secrets. Exalted Keepers of Secrets have Feasting on Fear, which procs on wavering or routing units. That can get around the condition of the demonic units and the mortal units routing away. You get the heal regardless. So there's some ins and outs to consider. And Azazel can also be a pretty good character, but I really would go with Nakari, because Wit Stealer's Sword means he can just beat everything. He does insane damage with this active. I mean, he gives him 100% extra weapon strength. So he goes over 1k with just that. And you can pop Willing Prey if you really want to spend like the extra money for it. And you lower melee defense by 40. He's guaranteed hits at that point. He will just shred through everything. What have I missed while you were in round 3? Yeah, just in time, man. You didn't miss anything. You probably missed me taking a quick break to deal with my sickness. I've just been feeling like crap the last few days. It was no fun. I will say I'm thankful that it's happening now, rather than before I start my new job. So, at the very least, there's that. Let's get some Skaven in here. Skaven into the demonic factions usually is a really awful matchup for the Skaven. The reason for that is just all of the fear and terror affecting your clan rats. Skaven builds fall apart pretty quickly in terms of leadership when facing down demonic forces, typically. But we're not seeing an everyday Skaven build here.
Fight! Fight!
Actually got a pretty wacky army here for Pont. 9 times out of 10 Skaven players are just going with, like, basically maxed out armies with, like, Vermintide and then just, like, some expensive specialist weapon teams or tons of rat ogres and whatnot to do all the heavy lifting. But Pont's going for a very elite Skaven build. You got some clan rats, yeah, I mean, very squishy units. You also got 2 storm vermin with the sword and board. Actually do have decent leadership, all things considered. Strength in numbers gets them up over the 80 mark when their flanks are secured. You've got the Warlock Master hanging in here on his Doom Wheel, with a baseline Doom Wheel as well. So, looking to do some bullying of infantry for sure. They can also go and slap in against the Chaos Chariots of Tzeentch here. Really wouldn't be a bad target either, because Doom Wheels do decent damage with their big weapon strength against Chariot type of units, as long as they can actually hit them. Be a little bit of a pain sometimes because their melee attack is really low. When they do make contact against other Chariot type units, they do chunk through their HP pretty quickly. So, Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are going pretty deep back here, and they're looking to get after the Warlock Master. Warlock Master taking a bunch of damage from these blue fires. Really nice pummeling from Grey Salvation right now. Just going after this guy and pushing him far into the back line. Natty Bubo's sharpshooters coming out, and Gutter Runners with Poison also coming in to press back the Marauder Horsemen here. You see, there's been some pretty decent damage done to the Warlock Master, but Doom Wheel and the Doom Flayers running over the Zangors in the front line there, and a really beautiful Howling Warp Gale goes down on the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, and Natty Bubo's with a good bit of pressure on him, doing some decent damage. We get a drop of Brass Orb there. It doesn't really make contact. Just trying to use that to lock the Horsemen in place. Keep them from committing to the dive here. But they're going to go right for the Natty Bubos. Very fortunate for the Skaven that one of these horsemen terror routed, actually. Because those guys would help just clear through the Natty Bubos in no time flat if there were 2 of them in here. It gives time for the Wolf Rats to get engaged and maybe peel all of these horsemen off of the Natty Bubos. So you really don't want to lose here. It actually looks like that's going to be the case. Really nice pressure coming in there, and looks like it's going to be Infernal Gateway. Oh, Infernal Gateway. Big spell being cast here. Hitting Natty Bubos and the Wolf Rats. You see the Wolf Rats especially melting under this. You might be wondering why the Wolf Rats are melting so quickly and the Natty Bubos are seemingly not taking that much damage. It's just because of how many models are in this unit. And the fact that this spell, while really devastating with the 5 damage per second, 8 damage per second when it's overcast, it's only doing that 8 damage against those 32 units per second. So, like, it's not really calculating against a whole lot. Infernal Gateway is much better against larger units because the damage is concentrated over more models, and those models have less HP per entity. So, Natty Bubo's surviving this just by virtue of their, their unit numbers and the HP on each of those models. So, they're able to hold up under that. The Wolf Rats not so much. They're going to rout off the field. Really not that efficient of a use out of that very expensive Infernal Gateway, though. You'd much rather use that on the Storm Vermin. Very rare that you're talking about Storm Vermin being a nice little line holder. but actually performing pretty well here. They're holding up the Chaos Chariots and the Doom Wheel, and the Clan Rats are helping pin in a bunch of these Zangors and the Screamers, and we get a beautiful Warp Quake from the Warp Grinders. Actually does pretty good damage. You can see it really laying into the Screamers here. And a nice catch on those, because the Warp Quake only affects grounded units. So waiting until the Screamers land in here and then popping it to give the Doom Wheel a little bit of extra time to pull out. Also doing great damage to those Chaos Chariots. How much value do they get out of that? It was paid for themselves with just that one cast there. These Howling Warp Gales have been a nightmare for the Chaos Sorcerer. He just cannot find a way to get free. Again and again keeps getting hammered by that. Very lucky that he's still alive. A lot of that comes down to the fact that the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters just keep getting shut down by pressure from the Marauder Horsemen and then like Fury type of units. Natty Bubos are probably going to go down, but there's been a lot committed to try and kill them. Despite the fact that they have been lost and they're a pretty expensive unit, the number of units that Tzeentch has lost in the process of diving these guys probably equaling out to a little bit in favor of the Skaven, honestly. Skaven, though, starting to run out of steam a little bit. They're really going to need these Doom Wheels to start doing a little bit more than they have up to this point. Especially their Lord. Because he's really been on the back foot for a lot of this game. And this Cockatrice is honestly bullying him pretty badly right now. Managing to find a way in against him and just poking him down. His Blue Fires have weakened him quite a bit. And the leadership on these guys is just so mediocre at 60, man. And Skaven, when they lose their lords, boy oh boy, do they run. They really hate losing leadership of any type. It's one of the reasons why I like keeping a really cheap chieftain hidden in some trees, if that's an option. Because they have power grabs, so when you lose your lord, you actually gain leadership if you have a chieftain with that item. Or with that ability, rather. It can really help you in these tight games. And it used to be the meta strategy, because you used to be able to unsummon your starting lord. People would have a Skaven Slave Spear or something as their lord, and then they would just unsummon that, and the chieftain would instantly get power grab, and you'd get extra leadership on all the Skaven units, which is really stupid and cheesy. It got changed, but I still think it's worth having the chieftain just in case your lord does get sniped, so you don't just lose the game automatically, because now that he's run off the field, you're going to see the Skaven units starting to get real wiggy here. They're not going to be holding in very well at all. The Storm Vermin with the Sword and Board haven't really done all that well, unfortunately. Out on this side, it got about 700 value, but they're just getting swarmed by Superior Infantry with Forsaken all over the place. They barely held up against the Marauders and the Zangors that have been out on the field. Zangors are just such a cost-effective unit, man. They've been getting run over by these Doom Wheels and the Doom Flayers, and they just continue to rally and hang in. They're just such a solid, defensible unit with good melee defense, decent enough melee attack, all things considered. And then the barrier and the shield helps them out immensely with survivability. Nice Seismic Snare before the Warp Quake, or before the Warp Grinders go down. Not able to get Warp Quake off. No follow-up from the Skaven to punish those Centaurs, really. Nightrunner Slings getting secured now. The Chaos Chariots being chased back, but more Clan Rats coming in and just not going to be able to hold the line. Tzeentch is able to replace their losses so much better than Pont is. This is why you go wide as the Skaven, usually. The reason you go wide with the Skaven instead of going for these elite builds is because the elite stuff just isn't all that good to begin with. In the wider you are with Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats, the more units you have to like jump out and sit on top of the missiles until you get enough peel on the field to be able to save them from anything that might be trying to press your back line. you just aren't gonna win straight up battles. You know, Storm Vermin are like one of those units that's decent in campaign. They're just not good in the multiplayer side of things because they're just outclassed by so much for their price point. The Sword and Board Storm Vermin are 900 gold, guys, and they perform worse than pretty much every single unit that's within that same price point range. Like Chaos Warriors of Khorne, who are 800 gold, beat the absolute snot out of the Storm Vermin. If you're gonna bring Storm Vermin, you bring the Halberds, because the Halberds can actually uptrade because of their anti-large bonus. They can be a real nightmare to get stuck in because they actually can surround guys with their 160 models and really chew them up. Warlock Master is back on the field. He's going to be able to do a little bit of damage, but the Skaven getting triple capped here is going to be pretty hard for them to come back from. The other Doom Wheel is pretty beat up. The Cockatrice has just been such a beastly unit this game. So nice to see somebody bringing one of these things in. It really is a decent monster. Like, it's got that barrier, saves its HP very often. Petrifying Gaze is a really good ability. It lasts 32 seconds. It's got these 4 phases, the last of which means you can't move. Really all you need, though, for the Cockatrice with Petrifying Gaze to perform, you just need to hit phase 1. Because it's also got poison. That's a 15% slow in and of itself, so just with the first phase and the poison, you're slowing your opponent down by 40% of their base speed, and the Cockatrice is really fast in the air and on the ground. It's actually pretty quick trotting about. A lot of flying units are pretty slow and ponderous on the ground oftentimes, but Cockatrices, I've noticed, as long as they don't have any other animation jank going on, have close to like 50 speed on the ground, which is usually enough to catch anything when you're debuffing its speed so much. Screamer's getting hit by the Howling Warp Gale here. You can see a little bit of a goofiness going on with them still being able to move. They're technically grounded there, that's why they're being affected by the spell, but they're not actually being affected by it. What it really means when flying units like Screamers or Furies get hit while they're attacking stuff on the ground is, as long as they're like hovering on the ground, they're still doing damage and attacking. But when they get up in the air, that's when the unit gets immobilized. So it can look a little weird and seem a little incongruous for what you'd be expecting, but it is working as intended. It's just the way that it works is, you know, a little bit funky to look at times. But, you know, it's an old engine, you know, I mean, Total Warhammer 3 is on the same engine that the first game was on, and that released almost a decade ago at this point, you gotta remember, guys. I mean, 2017 or late 2016 is when when the first game released, so it's not working with, like, the most up-to-date engine imaginable. Whatever the next Total Warhammer game will be, is going to really need to iron out a lot of the weird flying mechanics, because while the flying units are really cool and they work as intended for the most part, you can tell that CA was just not quite able to get the level of polish on the flying combat as they really wanted to. Like, it works about as well as you could ask it to, but it was clearly just never an intended thing, and they're like working with spaghetti code to get it to function on top of an engine where the flying combat was never an intended feature. Warlock Master and the Doom Wheel are okay. It's just a shame that this guy went down. Just probably don't bring him when the Tzeentch casters have so many good spells for poking down lords. You can see all the problems that the Skaven run into against Chaos here. They just don't hold up. Their melee units are very poor in combat. There's no value to be found there. They're Doom Flares and single entities that clear out infantry can get punished by mobility really easily. See the Centaurs here for Tzeentch doing some pretty good damage. Furies are really good for diving the back line and just ripping apart sharpshooters and gutter runners and all of those kind of units. The fact that they have magic damage circumventing a lot of the phys res that the Skaven gutter runners and Eshin Triads and Death Runners rely on is also just a big pain, so it's very hard to scrap here. And Pont did a really good job. I'm really not sure how you beat Tzeentch, but it's probably just by doing the old standby with the Skaven, which is just crazy wide lines of units and trying to gas out chaos with all your bodies and attritional combat. They're 950? What? Storm Vermin are really 950? That's crazy, dude. That's painful. They sure are. How about that? That's pretty gross. I mean, they're just awful. Like, they really are not a good unit. If they get 100 gold off, I think that's actually going to get them into a range where they're going to be acceptable, because they'll still be worse than other units in their tier, but Skaven with a little bit of extra holding power can be a nasty sight at times. Man, I still think the Halberds are going to be better because of the bonus versus large being so significant. I mean, a bonus versus large of 17 with this many bodies, they can catch units inside them and just rip them apart with these halberds. You know, like 9 times out of 10, the Storm Vermin halberds are a better option. How does Skaven beat anything? Skaven beat things by snares. They snare people and catch them out with rattling guns and poking them down with their sharpshooters and poison wind globadiers. Weapon teams are how the Skaven win, and if you counter weapon teams, then you counter the Skaven. The ROR Unbreakable Council Guard is pretty good. But just baseline Storm Vermin with the Halberds do work as well. Yeah, I'm glad they got rid of the Lord Unsummoning. It really was not good. It sucked. It made things way too easy for certain factions to, like, cheese encounters with. And that was just not enjoyable. That's a good question. I mean, the Council Guard ROR, like, I guess the reason they're unbreakable is because they're literally supposed to be guarding the Council of 13. And these guys are all gray Skaven, and that's, like, their, like, most holy color, I guess, you know? Like, the gray rats are the biggest and the strongest in Skaven society. So they get all the fancy stuff, basically. You know? They're fanatical as hell, so they just hit, like, another level of psychotic insidiousness that enables them to just stand and fight, even to the death, I guess. Really love it if the Skaven could get another DLC, man, because there's like an endless amount of possibilities with the Skaven in terms of lore. Like, you could fill out their roster even more with some more monsters and war machines. Probably even find some way to add in some more infantry and whatnot. And then there's, like, Thankful. Like, everybody who's read Gotrek and Felix, still waiting for the day that we get Thankful into the game. Because he'd just be so sick to have. He's a hilarious character. He's arguably pretty damn powerful. He just keeps running into the plot armor of the two main characters of the books, right? That's always his problem. Dude's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Let me just make sure what replays I do and don't have downloaded already. We'll drop those in. We've got a couple more here from Pont. And Camera dropped us into the replay. Alright, we'll skip that file. Good enough. Okay. Have any duplicates? We do. It's the same people, right? Oh, what is the... Oh, dang. Camber going up against Skaven in 2 consecutive rounds. That's gotta be kind of crazy. Okay, interesting. Let me get rid of all the games we've seen. Just so we don't end up treading ground we've already been past. Norska versus Chowie. It's actually a pretty good Chowie matchup. They really can push around Norska if they get set up. Ooh. Oh, man, dude. Pancake's going with the heavy metal here. We gotta watch this game. Alright, this is a really, really good build against Tzeentch. So your Marauders are usually good enough to, like, scrap against Zangors and then any, like, blue horror, pink horror lines that Tzeentch might want to throw out. Halberds, very, very solid for fighting it, even against the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. The Khorne Chaos Warrior Halberds are just such a nasty unit to run into because of their Frenzy dude. I mean, they've got all this AP, and they get the extra 10 melee attack, and then with just even basic support from Skulltaker, they can really put a number in against units that ostensibly are much more suited for the infantry fight. I mentioned it a little earlier that there are units where you'll see them have a bonus versus something, but really their performance into units like the infantry here is very surprising and notable. It's something to consider when you're fighting against Khorne, to be prepared for Chaos Warriors with the Halberds at all times now, because they really are a damn solid unit, and Khorne has a lot of tools to support their Halberds and keep them from getting poked down. Plus, you gotta factor in that you need to be game planning for, like, Skulltaker and some of these other really scary, expensive targets, like Hellforge Bellowers and Knights of the Brazen Throne. Knights of the Brazen Throne are disgusting in this matchup, because they just counter the only other solid Tzeentch build. Tzeentch usually wins by just spamming Changebringers against Khorne and hoping that Khorne can't catch those. Or they go with, like, Chosen Bricks, and Knights of the Brazen Throne just chunk infantry down. Just brutalize them viciously. So, very curious to see how these perform. You can see Pancakes is already gearing up to move them across the field to get after the Zangors. Zangors are the absolute peak perfect target to go after. Nice shot from the Hellforge Bellowers. It does get a really good hit in against the Changebringers, but we're going to get roasted and fire a little bit. Some pretty good dodging there, though. Turns around to get this next shot off. Doesn't quite fire in time, though. Ends up getting staggered by the Changebringer's ammunition. Gets another shot up in there. You can see how much damage this thing does. This is why you bring it against Tzeentch. It's very good for just popping the barrier on Changebringers. And if they don't recharge their barrier before they get hit by the next shot from the Hellforge Bellowers, they start taking some pretty heinous damage. I mean, it did about 600 HP off these guys. The next shot is going to start killing models. And then Tzeentch is going to be in trouble because their ground forces are just not going to be winning this fight here. They don't have the tools. Infernal Gateway is going to even this out a little bit, though. The Chaos Warrior Halberds will get nuked by this. Infernal Gateway just hammers so hard. You can see one Changebringer going down there. Even with the spell resistance, these Chaos Warriors are suffering some pretty wicked damage. But that little bit of extra staying power that they get because of the spell resist means they're going to be hanging in there and clearing through some of these Zangors. And a beautiful sandwich here. More damage on the Changebringers. Furies all over those guys. Doom Knights, though, are pressing back the Furies now. This is kind of the pace of the battle. You know, you get your Changebringers out first. You try and summon in your Doom Knights as soon as possible because you know that the Khorne player is going to go for Furies to try and keep the Changebringers shut down and on the move. Changebringers do not fire while moving. So they have to set up to be able to fire. So if there's a Fury just chasing them all game, that's as good as dead for the unit. And then Khorne just dominates the ground game. I mean, they just flatten through those Zangors on top of the Halberds. Knights of the Brazen Throne get roasted a little bit by the Changebringers here, though, but the Hellforge Bellowers is right underneath them, continuing to poke them down. Probably going to be able to finish them in a moment. Khorne Furies are going to go offline, so it's really going to just be up to the Bellowers here to finish this unit. It's got them in the danger zone. It drops a few more of the models off the Changebringers now. And the Knights, they've taken some pretty hideous damage from this Changebringer unit, but they're still very functional. With half their HP, they just need like one good solid charge around the back of the Chaos Warriors and the Halberds of Tzeentch here to win that fight. And Changebringers take just enough damage to crumble out, and the Hellforge Bellowers a 1200 value, and look at this! Honestly, a good counter charge. Knights of the Brazen Throne have good enough generalist stats to be able to fight the Doom Knights. Doom Knights have very poor AP values, and really are going to have a hard time even getting around the 52 melee defense. I would just leave the Knights of the Brazen Throne in there and get this Fury unit up to support them, and that would be enough to win that fight, I think. I do understand wanting to pull them out, but it's a little hard to disengage from all of this. We've got some Chaos Warrior Halberds of Tzeentch pushing through. Some pretty good value. But Minotaur sitting on top of Skull Taker to just beat up on this Chaos Spawn summon, and then they'll be able to pummel the Doom Knights who are trying to kill the Hellforge Bellowers. Gonna be a little ugly. Nice charge from the Knights of the Brazen Throne here. Still struggling to pay for themselves. You know, the murderous charge on these guys is really nice. It gives them all this extra mass and charge bonus, but sometimes it is worth leaving them in combat, because as long as the unit doesn't have AP, these guys have 130 armor. They're not taking that much damage if they sit in combat. When they're constantly trying to pull in and out of like really concentrated positions, they take a lot of unnecessary damage, and it's usually better to just send something in to sit on top of them and kind of soak up some of the damage instead. That way the Knights can just like do damage in the prolonged melee at a premium, and once all of your opponents have kind of routed away and been either through terror or with just taking hideous amounts of damage, that's when the Knights of the Brazen Throne can get free and continue their rampage. They do get a fortunate tear round on the Zangor. They also crumble out those Furies. A lot of Marauders in here. Some of the Chaos Warrior Halberds of Khorne doing some decent damage out here on the other side of the battlefield. They've been getting poked by these Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, fighting a bunch of Forsaken, but they're still hanging in there. decent amount of HP remaining on these guys. They'll probably end up with about 500 value. Now, Grey Salvation's big failing here is not using Blue Fire to bully the Hellforge Bellowers. You basically just use Blue Fire and the Changebringers to kill the Hellforge Bellowers as quickly as possible. Because if you can kill that, and then force Khorne to play a very melee-centric fight, then you can use your Doom Knights and Furies to sweep the air, and then you can use your Changebringers to just roast down all the important stuff, like the Minotaurs, the Halberds, the Knights of the Brazen Throne. All of that really struggles from the damage that the Changebringers can throw out. If you just leave the Hellforge Bellowers to flip that aerial fight in Khorne's favor by poking away with its excellent magic missile type of shots, it's very rarely going to end out well for you. Another thing to consider, you've got to keep good spacing on Blue Fire. Blue Fire, the way that it works, the missiles can be a little bit inaccurate when you cast it in from close against single targets because of the way they spread out. At long range, Blue Fire hits its most efficient, targeting standards. The missiles converge together and they all hit the single entity instead of kind of spreading out, and then you just get a bunch that actually end up impacting the ground around the target. If you're shooting infantry, then you do want to be close. If you're shooting at single entities, you want to pull back and give yourself some space so that Blue Fire can find its way together to actually hit everything accurately. This is a beautiful surround here. The Halberds actually holding up and getting 700 value, and the Minotaurs hit and running, and helping to break the leadership on all these Forsaken. That's a huge loss, dude. And you got the Weird Spawn coming in, and the Minotaur's going to take the head-up fight. The Minos might actually end up losing this. The Weird Spawn just have a wicked, huge barrier. Plus, they come in at full health.
Unending glory is yours.
They can actually beat up on Khorne Tours pretty nicely, but in the 1v1, with the Minotaurs being pretty buffed up from Bloodgreed, they would definitely take some pretty wicked damage there. And yeah, Khorne just did what they needed to do. The win cons were met by Death Pancakes. And Tzeentch just doesn't win the ground game. They just do not win, no matter what they bring in the front line, unless they go, like, all chosen. And even if they go all chosen, they just get ripped apart by Bellowers and Skulltaker, oftentimes, and end up losing that way. It's a very hard matchup for Tzeentch. If you go, like, a really big character, like Sartorial, and your opponent brought Karanak, that can also end in a loss, because Karanak just shreds all of the Tzeentch lords and characters, except for the Exalted Heroes. You don't really see Exalted Heroes all that much against Khorne, because Khorne can just catch those guys on the ground with some big stuff and just surround them and beat them to bits. Not usually able to find the Hellforge Bellowers in time. Yeah, just a rough one, man. No shame in losing that. This Chaos Warrior Halberd did great. I would imagine a lot of that came against Skulltaker and the Bellowers, who both still did reasonably well regardless. Didn't really suffer too much for sitting on top of the Halberds. Knights of the Brazen Throne went down. Probably a little bit of damage from them too. But 1200 value ain't bad. They got some terror routes. Just be a little bit more discerning about when and where you're trying to retreat them. Is my only note, Pancakes. They can sit and fight. As long as they're not sitting on the Halberds, leaving them to just sit on top of a couple Zangors and fight really isn't that bad because of how heavily armored they are. They'll survive it. Just send, like, a Fury or a Fleshhound or a Forsaken or whatever is near them over to just soak up some of the damage that the Knights might be taking, and you'll be having a whale of a time with those guys. I'm sorry, Chom. I just want to get into the, I want to get into the tactics and the strategy. I always forget to introduce the armies because of that. Like, really, though, really, honestly, introducing the units doesn't really inform very much. Because, honestly, the best way to learn this game is to jump in and play it yourself and just see how fights resolve between units. I try and just talk about it as the game goes along. Really, the most important thing to keep in mind in domination mode for winning matches is positioning. Positioning is literally everything in Dom, because you're playing these long objective-based games. And it's very, very rare, once you get a good handle on the game, to just lose outright on value and not have any way to scrap in against your opponent and kind of threaten to steal points away from them and keep them enough on their toes that you still have an in to be able to grind out a match. Pretty much the only Skaven that are actually drilled since birth. Yeah, dude, the Warhammer lore is really cool. I love the fact that it actually doesn't really have a whole bunch of canon stuff. The canon is so flexible that you can basically just pick and choose what you want to be true. I actually think that gives Warhammer a lot of its charm. It's pretty nice. Are you the only one not sending replays? Send me replays, Kentama. I want to see your games, dude. Working on it's fine. I'm just giving you some ideas for the micro, for the future pancakes. It was really solid. Okay, like, you did pretty good with the Knights of the Brazen Throne. I've seen people do much worse with them. You got some really nice charges off. You just, you know, learn your when and where on when to keep them in combat, because they really are solidly statted enough that they don't mind sitting in prolonged combat for a little while. Just have a plan for freeing them up. You know, you don't want them to be tar pitted for too long. I don't know what we want to see next. We could watch some more Skaven. Definitely want to check in on our Chaos Dowie player, because Care Bearer is doing pretty damn good in that first game we saw. Which Norsky game do we want to see? We'll give this game against Kramer a little look-see first. We're going to go back in time a little bit to round 2 for this one. Kramer got a good win early. Care Bear also got a nice win in round 1, so 1-0 on either side. Very heavy onto the Hobgoblins. Not really a lot of contempt to spread around and keep them in the fight, though. Malign Authority is very important for keeping your Goblin Laborers from breaking early. I don't know where Care Bearers come from, but she obviously is practiced, because she's bringing builds that are pretty micro-intensive with how large they are, and then making sure that her Lord options are very well tuned for the specific factions that she's fighting. Like that first game, we had a Metalcaster on foot against the Dowie, and here you get the big Bale Taurus. He's got the fire damage and burning head and all these nasty abilities that can really pummel Norscan units. So I'm very curious to see how she's able to utilize this thing, because she really put the moves on, I believe it was Hattie in the first round, which is a pretty impressive feat, because Hattie is very skilled at utilizing the dwarves, and that's a pretty tough matchup sometimes for the Chaos Dally. They do typically have an advantage, but nonetheless, beating a very well-practiced newish player is pretty awesome. Chaos Dally, great weapon warriors, just hanging out in the front line here. Really the only thing giving malign authority to a lot of these orc laborers and goblin laborers, trying to just keep them centered up around the hobgoblin archers, especially to protect. We do have the hobgoblin wolf raiders struggling a little bit out here. They have been coming in one by one. Isn't a bad way to go about summoning them in. But it does leave you at a little bit of a disadvantage against something like the Horse Masters. The Marauder Horse Masters with the 50 armor, the extra range in their javelin, can really bully around Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. And honestly, using them to charge down Hobgoblins isn't a bad idea either, because they do have solid enough stats that they pretty quickly beat these much flimsier bow cavalry. These guys have 4,000 HP. Horsemasters have 5,800, so there's a huge disparity just there. These guys also have more armor and much better all-around combat stats, like fully outclassing the Wolf Raiders in every respect. So you don't want to just sit at range and get dragged down by them. Being a little bit more aggressive would definitely have behooved Norska here. Because really the only thing you have to fear on the backside is the Hobgoblin Archers. And they can put a lot of damage in on you, but you really want to be able to shut down these Deathstreak rockets, because the Deathstreak rockets just teeing off on the poor Marauders right now and just munching through their numbers currently. Good pull with a lot of the infantry just getting up in the trees. All these Marauders just hiding nice and safe with Wolfric and the Familiar Balefiend right now, doing what they can to stay safe. Norscan Ice Wolves move in, and they end up taking the fights, and, you know, it's not bad to send your Ice Wolves in like this, but you're missing the opportunity to use your Horse Masters in a bully roll. So you end up with 2 units getting massively outnumbered by inferior combatants and ultimately end up losing. Just because of the numbers disparity. And they're being attacked on the flank and surrounded and leadership breaking and all of these mitigating factors. If you leave the Horse Masters in here, you can probably have you probably would trade out pretty evenly. You'd probably end up with like 1, maybe 2 relatively beat up Horse Masters, but then you'd still be able to kind of just pull back, hang out on the number 2 at those guys, build up your reserves again for another push to get after the Deathstreak rocket launchers after that. Care Bear doing a great job with chasing down the Ice Wolves. Honestly, worth leaving them at this point. Their leadership's pretty mediocre, and it's just busted up right now. These guys have, like, no HP. I don't think they'd rally before they run off the field anyways. Beast of Tashnar and a Manticore on the way in to cause some havoc, and a beautiful Deathstreaker shot, hitting all of the Marauder Horse Masters here. It's another benefit of having them close in against the Deathstreak rockets, because it becomes a lot harder for the Deathstreaks to hit them effectively. The rockets have a pretty high arc of fire, and the airburst projectile does not track targets. So when you see those shots go up into the air, just run your unit in the opposite direction that they were moving, and almost every single time the rockets will miss at that point. Kramer is having a lot of trouble attacking this Chaos Dally position. He doesn't really even need to be doing all that. You could just stay back and leave the Deathstreak rocket launchers and all of the Orc laborers to have to push up, because you've got the double cap. You've got the 3 and the 2. I know, like, all your infantry are pressed way back. Your opponent has been very cautious about pushing up, though. Every time you're fighting them back here on their ground, has been going against you because you're not committing everything at once, or you're just at a numbers disadvantage with the individual engagements, and it's just not going to it's not going to work out for you to be engaging now that you've lost all your mobility. With the early dives just not going in your favor, you need to just continue to stay patient, hide in the trees, and force your opponent over, and instead of engaging them on this flank, where most of their forces are concentrated, on a point they already control, you should be trying to hold on to the point that you held. You've given up the number 2 objective here. And Care Bearer is going to have a very easy time reinforcing this point with the summons being so much closer. In this map, it's pretty small, but the summon points are literally at the back of the map, so Norsk has to run all the way across the battlefield to support their units now. And the Death Shrieks have swapped over to the Demo Rockets and are just laying waste to Wolfric now, which is an excellent, excellent choice. Care Bear's target priority is unbelievable, and that was a nasty Burning Head. Hitting multiple Marauder units here. Horse Masters going down, they're just getting lit up by Hobgoblin Archers. That Burning Head also did some good damage to them. The Marauders are kind of pushing through, but this is why you just bring hordes of garbage. This is the same thing that the Skaven do. Like, yeah, those Orc Laborers and Goblin Laborers are going to lose pretty horrifically against a Marauder, but they tire them out. Like, they get them to the winded point, and then the Kadai Fireborn are going to get in here and just start ripping these guys up. I mean, it's going to be an absolute massacre here. Kadai have an excellent charge bonus against infantry. And you can see them with their good animations just chunking these poor little guys down. The Marauders are just too deep in now. There's just really nowhere for them to go. That's a beautiful Pit of Shades, though. Hits the Archers, hits the Orc Laborers, hits the Chaos Dowie Great Weapon Warriors, clearing through a lot of bodies. Fimir Balefane pretty happy with that cast. Probably like 400 or 500 value just from that one there. Norscan Ice-Wolves getting trapped on Chaos Dowie Warriors, who are doing a great job of protecting the Death Shriek Rockets. And these things are continuing to cause problems for Norska. They've almost killed Wolfric. Wolfric is all the way at the other end of the map now.
Take it back.
He's only got 600 HP. He's got a whopping 72 value. And he's got 2 Sea Fangs in the back pocket that he'll probably never get to use now, because he's just so low. If he comes out and gets hit by one more Demo Rocket, he's just going to die outright. Fimir Balefiend's trying to get back into the trees, and you can see that fight for the Norskins just falling apart. It's just too much going on for the Chaos Dwarves on this side of the field. They just had every possible advantage that they could want. And Norska, with as few units as they had going to the number 2, were able to retake this point. So you can see what I'm saying. Just leave units in the trees here. Have your other forces just kind of rotate around the field and just get up on the number 2 and hold that away from the Chaos Dwarves, because the victory tickets could be even more in your favor right now than they are, and it could be triple cap territory for your opponent, and you could have them pressing a little bit too quickly over onto your home objective at this stage of the game, where you'd then have actual tactical reserves that you can commit and do good damage with. As it stands right now, it's a little bit of a Norscan unit here or there against the world, and Kadai with Chaos Dowie support gonna bully these Marauder Champions. Marauder Champions with the Great Weapons are actually pretty good against pretty much everything. They've just got really nice, solid stats all across the board with wicked high weapon strength. If it were just the Kadai Fireborn in here, the Kadai would do really well in the charge and then falter a little bit, and then you'd probably see the Marauder Champions grind out a decent amount of value against them. But with the buffering from the Chaos Dowie Warriors, these Kadai are going to be taking very minimal damage, despite finding a pretty tough target. And you can see them beating up on the Marauder Champions. Now the Marauder Spear's going down. And it's going to be a pretty easy contest here. You get some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders moving up, Rallying Sneaky Gets going there as well, and then the Chowie Warriors and the Kadai Fireborn just going to grab that And wind this game out. It's not quite triple cap territory for Kramer. I mean, he's barely hanging on to his home point as is. See the champions over here actually able to drag down this Kadai Fireborn unit. Still taking a lot of damage in the process, but I don't think it's all from the Kadai. I think a lot of it's from these Death Shrieks, which are still teeing off. These have so much ammo. You have to be able to kill them. It can be tough. It can be really tough, but on a map like this, this is a map where knowledge can win you the game. Instead of bringing Shadows Magic, you could bring Death Magic. Death Magic is really good against Chaos Dowie because it does a lot of damage to their Bale Taurus characters, but it also shuts down their artillery because their artillery are single entities. Spirit Leech is very efficient against these things. They have no spell resist of any kind, and this little forest can get you close enough that even if you can't use the regular casted version of Spirit Leech, the Overcast has 300 meter range. You'll be able to hit the Death Shriekers no matter what. And you can just sit in the trees and Spirit Leech these things off the field without really having to struggle at all. And then if the Chaos Dwarves want to move up into the trees, you've got your own infantry that can kind of answer in there. And then you're forcing the Chaos Dwarves to play your game. The Pit of Shades have been impactful, yes. I mean, we've gotten pretty good value on this Fimir Balefiend, but generally speaking, Norscan infantry, if you're bringing like Berserkers and some Marauder champions and just a bunch of Marauders, they're going to beat most of the Chaos Dowie units. The only thing that they won't beat is Infernal Ironsworn. You very rarely see that unit. And Norska does have other things that they can bring in to kind of hammer against those, including War Mammoths. A War Mammoth with the War Shrine honestly wouldn't be bad in reserve. Because the War Mammoths can actually pummel Kadai Fireborn with the huge weapon strength that the Mammoths have. Marauders moving up. Feral Mana Core has been fighting pretty well this game. It's gotten it's almost paid for itself. It's got 672 value here, but Kadai Fireborn kind of surrounding it. Sneaky Gets underneath, also chipping away its HP. Just seen really good positioning out of Care Bear every one of these games. Very rarely has units isolated and on their own. And Kadai getting engaged now by Ice Wolves and Skin Wolves here. Definitely going to be taking some pretty bad damage of the Kadai Fireborn, but they are holding this advance up, allowing an opportunity for the Hobgoblin Archers. Just a shame that they get hit by a Pit of Shades before they can really get any damage in. That Fimir Balefiend does break. I think he hit the Overcast. Or maybe he just got hit by Demo Rockets. Demo Rocket hits the tree. Very fortunate for him. I don't know if he's going to rally, though, is the problem. And you can see Terror Routes and Leadership breaks incoming for a lot of these Norscan units. And Bale Taurus character is going to really start to party now. He's been used pretty conservatively, but that's honestly not a bad thing. Norska is very good against single entities. Skinwolf surrounding a Sorcerer Prophet, even with him on a Bale Taurus, would be a pretty quick fight in favor of the Skinwolves. You gotta be so careful with these guys in this matchup. Saving him until the end, when he can really run around and bully and terror route stuff, cause a lot of leadership breaks, is really for the best. And you can see, Care Bear doesn't need this cap, but just to finish out the game quickly here, she's going to go for the number 3 objective and just ice this out against the Norskins. And Kramer's going to tap out here. Tricky matchup for Norska, but Norska has the kind of aggression and pressure that can really wreak havoc on the Chaos Dowie. They just have to build up. You cannot be sending units in 2 or 3 at a time to fight the Chaos Dowie's formation when they're so concentrated and set up. You have to get your units out. You have to just avoid artillery fire, cede some ground if you have to. Play footsie on objectives with your mobility, and then when you've got all your infantry and mobility built up to where you really want to go for the kill, you just trigger that and just flood the zone and go all over the place. getting into the back line, intercepting Kadai reinforcements with some units that can just keep them out of the fight until you can kill the Deathstreak rockets. And then you just try and clear all the bodies as best you can. It's not easy by any means, but it is doable. There just wasn't a good answer for the Deathstreak rockets, and when these things get to tee off all game, you're in a really ugly spot. They're just such a high impact artillery unit. Having the different ammunition types to be able to swap so they're always at max efficiency against something is really the selling point, and the just raises that power curve that they're on to an ungodly level. Keep in mind a Deathcaster really isn't a bad idea, because you can also kill these Bale Taurus characters with Spirit Leech. And then the leadership on all of these like hobgoblins would just be in the absolute toilet. I mean, they will break so fast with the leadership penalties from lords dying. It's not even funny. That's one of the ways that you can really take the Chaos Dowie apart at the seams, is by leadership sniping. And it can be a little tricky, but you know, you've got some extra flex out of death magic nowadays. With like Purple Sun of Xerius can also be a really good blob punish spell. Something that Pit of Shades was used for in that game. You can just bring Purple Sun and do just about the same thing, arguably even a little bit better. Yeah, I'm gonna check out some of your replays now, Kentama, because I just saw you dump them all, so I'll get into it. Oh, not making finals this time? Sorry, Pancake. Hate to hear that, man. Where are we at in the tournament right now? I had one person drop. So we're in semis. We'll just keep doing replays, and we'll just let them drop the semis and the finals games. That way we don't have to deal with any lag. I really don't want to have to be juggling through all those shenanigans. We've got plenty to go through here, so we'll just keep up the pace that we're at now. I'm also not feeling up to snuff enough to be doing live replays, because that is a little bit more attention intensive, and being sick, it's at a premium right now. I'd much rather be able to stop and take a breath if I need to. So we've got, boom, a bunch of Beastman replays. It's going to be so fun to see. Kentama played Beastman last week. Did pretty good, but kind of ran into the knowledge wall eventually. Which tends to happen when you aren't like super experienced with a faction, but has been practicing them in the meantime. And we'll see how he's doing here. Corsair is going to be a really interesting match. Corsair goes for some very odd Skaven builds. Hold on, I'm just answering a question somebody sent me. So you got a great Bray Shaman with the Wilds magic. Okay. Let's take a minute here. We'll introduce the armies a little bit more thoroughly this time. It's nice big armies on both sides. Kentama going for numbers, same as Corsair. You do need to match the Skaven in width in some respects if you're going to be able to beat them. But you do want to also have, of course, stuff like Centigores. so you can dive the back line and just clear through weapon teams quickly. So you got 2 Centaurs in the trees here with 2 Gore Herd and 2 Ungor Herd. So going very heavy on the Vanguards off on this side of Edge of the Darkwood, which is a really good call. Beastmen love to go for these weird setups. You've got all these crappy Ungors who have Stalk and Vanguard deployments, so why not take advantage of that and put pressure on your opponent early, and especially in areas they may not be prepared for. Skaven have some Night Runners over here. They're very fortunate to have this Eshin Sorcerer nearby, because Veil of Shadows can absolutely shut down units that are trying to get in on you. It's a very odd spell. The way it functions is it's a snare, basically. So you overcast it, and it causes a stagger animation on your opponent's units. So you can see the Centaurs get into combat against the Night Runners, but then they get locked in by the Veil of Shadows, and now the Night Runners are actually able to escape from here. Which is a huge save, but unfortunately, there's no punish. Veil of Shadows just gets used to save these 2 units, and the Beastmen, they're also going to basically get away scot-free. They're going to take a little bit of a shuriken fire, but no natty buboes or artillery to put any pressure onto the Centaurs, who are going to jump back into the trees. So Kentama, thanking his lucky stars, honestly, really needs to be careful of any engagements around this side of the field. This Eshin Sorcerer does have Stalk, so he can be kind of hard to keep track of. He's invisible again already, and he's just hanging out on this number 3. You also got to be careful, though, because he goes back into stealth, and then he can move to another side of the formation. And you can think, oh, my opponent's going to keep him on this side, and then think that you're going to get some kind of cheeky little dive off while he's elsewhere, and then you get snared on the other side of the field, and it can be big tears time. Warlord chilling. We got Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers. Warpfire Throwers are going to be putting a lot of pressure on infantry in this matchup. They're pretty decent. They're not amazing units by any means. The real infantry clear tool is Poison Wind Globadiers. Poison Wind Globadiers have a really amazing damage over time effect and also good missile strength. They're equally short range as well. I'm pretty sure they have the same range as the Warpfire Throwers. They actually have longer range. Are you kidding me? Warpfire Throwers need a buff. The Warpfire Throwers should be like 110 range or something. Right? Like, the Skaven are supposed to have all these wacky experimental technologies. Why are some of their weapon teams so awful? You know, they finally buffed Rattling Guns. Can we please get Warpfire Throwers into a usable state? Huge shame that they're as mediocre as they are. Ooh, really nice catch here. Kentama, it's a little too far forward, and that Veil of Shadows doesn't quite land square on the Bray Shaman. He is getting suppressed, though, so his speed is tanking pretty badly, and he did get caught in the Vortex for a little bit, and it slowed him down a fair amount. He's very fortunate to be getting away here. This is what happened to me when I played Corsair for the first time. I just wasn't ready for this particular Skaven style. So I ended up getting trapped in a couple of these nasty nets, like Kentama did. You've got to be so careful about playing Corsair for this reason. Does actually get the Centaurs and the Chaos Warhounds on the Teethbreakers, though. Gets a little bit of damage, going to try and pull out. Terror Rout's going down from the Mutant Rat Ogre. Chaos Warhound's getting hit by the Warp Fire, and they also Terror Rout. Yeah, it's Skaven Slaves hiding in the forest over here. I don't know what's going to go on with these guys. They will be revealed as these routing units get close to them, I'm fairly certain. Yeah, you can see them getting revealed here. So, Beastman knows what's up. There's at least one Skaven Slave off in the trees over there to keep track of. Kentama could attack here, since weapon teams and Night Runners and whatnot have moved to the other side of the field now. It's just a bunch of crappy Skaven Slaves. Why not attack this? Also, the Ungor Raiders wouldn't be bad for poking here. Opponent doesn't have anything long range to actually hammer them. Ungle Raiders have plenty of ammo to waste on something crappy and cheap like a Skaven Slave. Ungle Raiders are a 425 gold unit. They don't cost much of anything, and really they're just there for poke. It's very easy for them to value trade. It's best to just use all their ammo, even if it's against like insignificant targets, seemingly like Skaven Slaves. They can still get some value that way, and force your opponent to like overcommit to trying to get after the Ungle Raiders potentially, and then you can punish your opponent themselves, pinching from both sides. Beastmen very good at punishing over-aggressive units. You can see here, they just flatten these Skaven Slaves in no time flat. Even without the Ungle Raider fire, the Gore Herd and Ungore Herd, more than a match for these, you know, literally starved, disgusting, hideously deformed beasts. Lore-wise and thematically, Skaven are my favorite faction, by far. In terms of actual playstyle, though, Khorne and Beastmen are my favorite. I like playing ranged factions some, but I really just love aggressive factions that you can just unga-bunga with. I think there's a lot to like in the playstyles there. You gotta be careful of this. Ungle Raiders are very short-range units. They have 115 range. This happens a lot. It's better to not layer Ungle Raiders behind one another, because they'll often just end up in contact with each other, like overlapping like this. This is the juiciest burning head target of all time. Beastmen should be counting their fortune that there's no like pestilent breath or burning head or any wind spells to punish this positioning, because Ungle Raiders get lit up by spell damage. Very flimsy to it. It's better to just get them into a nice concave and just be shooting from every possible conceivable angle, because it forces your opponent to spread their forces out more, gives you more opportunities to get isolations on individual units. When your missile troops are overlapped like this, what happens now is these two Clan Rats are engaged against 4 units. It's a huge disadvantage for you when your opponent's faction is something that can go as obscenely wide as the Skaven can. There's 37 units in this army for Corsair. And Kentama has a pretty big army with 29 units, but still a significant disadvantage in terms of numbers. You've got to be so careful and discerning about when and where you take your fights and how you take them, because the goal against the Skaven is to pull their melee units forward into a position where they leave weapon teams open, kind of like this. Like this Synagore, the Sons of Goros, they get a nice charge on the Night Runners, get some damage on the Warp Fire Throwers, but the massive amount of weapon teams that's on the field is just lighting them up, so you have to collapse with all of your forces at once. You can't spread out like this and expect your aggressive mobility units to just get freebies. They get a couple of Warp Fire Throwers here. It's a nice catch, but on the other side of this fight, one Centaur is getting absolutely hammered by the Rattling Guns, and now all 3 of these Rattling Guns have a massive kill box here to be firing into. Warp Grinders throw down their snare, but they end up missing, and you'd much rather see the Veil of Shadows here to keep the Synagores out of the cookie jar. It's a little avoidable, this Rattling Gun getting engaged onto, but it will get saved, I think. It's got decent enough armor that it should be able to hold up, and Wolf Rats all over the Synagores in the back line here, being able to shut them down. Here's another thing to be careful of. Your opponent has a bunch of Skaven Slaves here. You do not need multiple infantry units engaged on these guys. What you really should do is just leave the Goreherd engaged here. Goreherd will clear through all of these Skaven slaves with no problem. That's what they're here for. The Ungoreherd and the other Goreherds need to be used to, like, flood around the flanks and get up into the back line to be able to support some of these Centaurs and Harpies that are diving in the back here. You can see it kind of happening on the other side. There's still a little bit too much blobbing here. I know it's so hard to micro this many units on the battlefield. There is so much happening. You're trying to save your missile line. You've got enemies moving up on the middle. You're trying to defend your back point from a bunch of garbage. You're trying to get your Harpies and your Centaurs into fights against weapon teams. You've done a really good job, Kentama. There's just those few things to iron out to just give yourself a little bit of an easier time engaging against the Skaven. But you're really starting to overlap here, and you've shut down enough of the weapon teams that you should be able to manage what remains here. You've got a Poison Wind Globadier that's going to go down here, which is awesome. A very beat-up Rattling Gun that's struggling to get away from the Manticore. You've also got another Chaos Warhound coming in to get those Rattling Guns, which basically leaves the Skaven with this Rattling Gun and one more on the far side. They just haven't been able to protect their backfield well enough here. Just being a little more careful with your Lord and making sure that you're keeping good spacing on your Ungor Raiders and trying to spread out the Skaven a little bit more in the early game is something to keep in mind. But you were really patient. You got the big part of the strategic goal working really well for you. Corsair got over antsy and just overextended, and then you started to flood through with enough units, and even though a lot of them ended up getting shut down, they still did impactful enough damage that you're able here at the end to just ride out this game on the triple cap. Skaven don't push objectives very well because of how flimsy their units are. They're really good at reinforcing points because Clan Rats have full cap weight, but they're really low leadership, so they're usually not too good at making any kind of comeback attempts. Wolf Rats and the Mutant Rat Ogre back here with some other Rat Ogres and a really nice Traderkin on top of those guys. Traderkin is definitely the best thing to bring against the Skaven. The reason that you bring Traderkin is weapon teams you've got plenty of answers for with your own mobility. You don't really need to be doing anything too fancy in that regard. Just bring a bunch of Centaurs, Harpies, and Warhounds like you saw Kentama do here. Traderkin is just here to hit like Mutant Rat Ogres, or Hell Pit Abominations, or Sorcerers and Chieftains and Warlords and whatever your opponent brings single entity wise. It's just there to round out any potential weakness in your army. And I've liked the way it's been used. This Great Bray Shaman really hasn't gotten tremendous value by any means, but it's been solid. It's been pretty solid. It's definitely enough to give the Beastman plenty to work with. And this guy on his little chariot, in the late game, when the weapon teams are a little bit more gassed, he can ride around and just run over Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves. He can do some good damage that way. And it's just best to keep these guys back as long as possible. Gorbul's in here. We love our Vice President Gorbul. He may not have a man-bear pig to fight, but Mutant Rat Ogre is about as good as it gets here. I mean, it's a pretty horrific-looking monstrosity, right? Able to chase it back. Mutant Rat Ogre was really nice this game. Didn't end up getting tremendous value.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
A lot of that's just because it got caught out alone in the backfield here. The Beastman punished it really well. But in the early game, it was getting a lot of terror routes and a lot of the diving units. And I think maybe with a little bit more presence of Rat Ogres on the field, I think the Skaven could have had a better time here. They just brought in so many weapon teams that I don't think Corsair was able to defend them all. He just left so many openings for units to get through. I think you can probably cut like one or even two of these Rattling Guns. And just get Rat Ogres instead. Because just one is not going to cut it. Rat Ogres are so good for the Skaven. They are a massive force multiplier because they have so many things that they can sit on top of and value trade with. You know, they can go and support Clan Rat Spears and Skaven Slaves, and there's just bodies upon bodies that can run in and support them and allow these guys to value trade. Nothing too crazy on the Beastman side of things. You know, just these Synagores value trading decently. And the Manticore getting some good work done was enough. And then you just had the Goreherds, like, blending through whatever Skaven units are trying to hold on the points. Cool Skaven build. Probably just needs a little bit more to defend that back line. Just more mass. You just need mass. Like, you don't want the weapon teams to get touched. Like, that's why you bring the Veil of Shadows, but that's also why you should bring the Rat Ogres, because the Warp Quake, or the Warp Grinders, I keep calling them Warp Quake Grinders. Warp Grinders are just too slow to fill gaps in your formation, and you have to play so disciplined with them that it makes it impossible to move out of your defensive formation sometimes. If you have the Rat Ogres, at the end of the day, you, at the very least, have a quick, aggressive, monstrous infantry unit that can move around the battlefield and respond to, like, critical pressure points. Warp Grinders cannot do that. Warp Grinders have their little snares, and that's it. That's all they offer. They're awful in combat. And against a more static army, I think the Warp Grinders can work. But against a faction as quick as the Skaven, or as quick as the Beastmen, you really need these rat Ogres in there to help you out. And they're fairly cheap at 700 gold. Just 3 of them would be plenty. You don't have to go so deep into them that you're not bringing all the weapon teams that you want. Because, you know, you can still fit in plenty of, like, Rattling Guns and Poison Wind Globes and Warp Fire Throwers in with a bunch of these guys. Yet nobody knows about Veil of Shadows, Kenthama. Don't even worry about it, dude. Literally, Corsair is the only person who plays with that spell. So that's like a player tech you have to keep in mind. But you did a good job. Just those few mistakes you made were a little bit scary, but you were able to keep the guys alive and blend through everything. Disregard the fact fighting 150 gold slaves with 650 gores. Usually you don't want your more expensive infantry fighting garbage like that, but in this matchup you actually kind of do, because the Goreherds just win so hard. They'll just fully rout them in a handful of seconds and just push through, and then they'll be threatening the backline too. Everything else is clean, though, dude. Like, you got the big part of the broader strategy right, and those just few early missed opportunities didn't end up punishing you bad enough to give the Skaven a dominant value lead. And then your little rally that you had and closing in on the Skaven was excellent. So you did a lot right. I just wanted to, like, iron out those few things to keep in mind, because I do main Beastmen, and I want there to be more high-level Beastman players, and you're really, really solid with them. There's just the few things to iron out, and you'll be able to beat just about anybody. I'm really interested to see this Beastman versus Chaos Dowie matchup. Beastmen actually have a pretty dominant matchup against these guys, or at least they did in the past. It's flipped on its head this season a little bit, and I'm curious as to why. But This will give us a good opportunity to see if Care Bear is able to kind of show her stuff here. Got a Jabberslife, we got 2 Razorgore Chariots, a lot of Unger Spearherd, a couple of Zangors, not bad at all. Zangor's very good at holding points with their shields, they just don't care about skirmisher fire at all. They literally disregard it entirely. And usually against, like, actual foot archers, the barrier and the silver shield on the Zangors is enough to get them to weather through 5-6 volleys before they're taking significant amounts of damage. Very resilient. Malagor is a really good choice against the Chowie because he can just fly around. It's impossible to engage him with Bale Tauruses. As long as you keep Malagor moving, he'll have a really good time here. Really, Burning Head actually ends up not doing a whole lot of damage. Takes a little bit of a weird angle. Curves out of the initial Ungor Raider formation and then misses the other with some good micro from Kintama. Really nice stuff. Jumping up on the number 2 objective and just trying to grab it. Good dodge on the Soul of Damnation there. Not intentional, maybe, but working out kind of nicely nonetheless. But Terror Route goes down on these guys, and they're going to be getting a little bit flustered here. Really nice Flock of Doom. Although it doesn't hit both of the Wolf Raiders until just now. A little bit weird on the spacing on the spells. Sometimes these direct damage radius spells can be a little bit funky in how they apply damage between 2 targets. Ends up hitting both of them eventually and doing a decent amount of damage, so you get some good value out of it. About 300. You can cast Flock of Doom an ungodly number of times for how much WOM you get in domination games. Soul of Damnation continuing to hammer, but just shooting like garbage to your units. I mean, this is one way that you can counter the Soul of Damnation. You just don't give it anything valuable to shoot at. Like, instead of trying to, like, go back here and dive it, just leave the Ungor Raiders here to eat all the fire. Because, I mean, what's that really costing you? These are 375 gold units for the shielded variant. The unshielded variant is 325 gold. And it takes multiple shots to actually kill enough of the gores to break them. And you can see there's only 208 value for 91 kills. I mean, you can just leave those guys on there all day to eat that fire. And you can just work on securing the number 3 objective, because your opponent's not defending this at all. Like, just grab this point. Make them come to you. Your opponent wants you to commit into their backline. Like, they've suckered in these Harpies and these Chaos Warhounds. They just get surrounded by the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. You have to be careful of Wolf Raiders as the Beastmen. Wolf Raiders, if they get their surrounds off, they get this little Cowardly Despoilers buff on their base weapon damage, and it's actually pretty substantial. And it can mean that Wolf Raiders can value trade into Centigores if you're incautious. You can see some beat up Ungor Spearherd moving over, and you can see the Chaos Dwarves actually moving up on the points now. This is where you get these Razorgore Chariots start running rampant through this front line, because there's no protection from the Chariots right now. Both Razorgore Chariots should be able to bully the Hobgoblin line here. These things have wicked weapon strength, and an insane charge bonus of 80. Really good at mopping up chaff units and elite units alike. You just got to keep them away from mass, like the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, but they're all out on the other side of the field here, so got about as good of a situation as you could want. Really good attention by Care Bear here, moving Sorcerer Prophet in just to tear out the Harpies and go after Malagor here. Really nice Flock of Doom. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders getting chewed up by the Corngors and the Ungor Spears here. Care Bear starting to show a little bit of fault here with the strategy. It's been a lot of the same stuff in each of the games. You know, Soul of Damnation or Deathstreak Rockets with Kadai Fireborn is just a ton of Hobgoblins, but you can see here these Razorgore Chariots really cleaning these guys up quickly. The reason for that is the fear that they cause. There's no malign authority over here giving leadership of any kind. And the Razorgore Chariots just clear through numbers because of the weapon strength. They just kill models outright on the charge, thanks to the bonus that they get, and their already high weapon strength. So they're a real nightmare. Zangors are going to be moving up to the number 3. Not a bad idea at all. Get this Razorgore Chariot off of this unit and away from the Kadai Fireborn. Try and get them into a much better open field opportunity. And this is where you dive the Soul of Damnation. Your opponent has moved forward. Their front line is so far away from being able to support the Soul of Damnation. A lot of the mobility is off on the flank. That's when you get your harpies and stuff to try and dive this thing, because that's when your opponent's going to be stretched and pressed for supplies to bring out of Vanguard or summon points and defend it. And you can see it paying off huge here. Harpies ripping apart this crew. The Chaos Dowie crew is so flimsy, guys. They got 30 armor and abysmal melee defense. 19 is terrible. Harpies have awful melee attack, but even they are able to chew through these guys thanks to their weapon strength. And hitting frequently enough there. More Korngors on the field. I do like the 2 Zangors and then a couple Korngors in reserve. Nice number of units to be able to pull out and throw around. Very unfortunate here. Razorgore Chariot's not doing too well on this side, and getting trapped up on the Kadai Fireborn now. Kadai Fireborn very, very, very good at beating up on chariots if they get stuck on them. One of the few large targets that Kadai Fireborn can perform against. Because chariots usually have low enough melee defense that the Kadai Fireborn can actually make contact with them. But the Enfeebling Foe stopping that from happening. Really good cast from Kentama there. And this Razorgore unit is able to get free with all 4 of its models. Going to be bullying some more Orc Laborers here. Zangor's getting to the Hobgoblin Archers. Soul of Damnation. Oh, it doesn't have enough to crew, I think. It's just got the 2 guys. I think you need 3 crew members to actually use the Soul of Damnation. Excuse me. So that's been shut down. It's a huge win for Kentama. That's a lot of supplies. That's a lot of damage value that's not reflected up top here either. You see 1 Kadai Fireborn going down from Korngore and Centaur Great Weapon Pressure. Really nice isolation on those units. Jabberslythe is not getting tons of value. Is helping clear out a lot of the bodies, though. And the Kadai Fireborn are running out of room here. They're still hanging in here, but Kentama is taking the value lead. And something important to remember is that none of this value is tied up in the Sorcerer Prophet. Just stay away from the Sorcerer Prophet. Oftentimes, it's just best to ignore these guys. They're really hard to kill. It's usually not worth going after them. It's better to just fly your Lord around, avoid the damage in melee, and just utilize all of your cost-effective units in the front line to just kind of bully your opponent's grounded forces, because they're at a huge disadvantage on the ground. With this near 3,000 gold caster flying up in the sky trying to do a whole bunch of heavy lifting. Zangor's hanging in, Harpies flying around. Sneaky Gets coming in and helping to clean up some of the Zangors. Zangors with some decent value, holding the line. Trying to finish the Hobgoblin Archers, which would be a really nice kill. Razorgore Chariot here only has about 650 value. I'm a little surprised that the Razorgore Chariots haven't done more. They've been struggling a little bit for sure. It's pretty rare to see, honestly. Now they actually have something expensive to run over, though. Chaos Dowie, Warriors, the Great Weapons. I'm gonna get bullied by these Razorgores now. Just running over them. Beastmen are going to lose that side objective, though, which is a little bit of a pain. You're holding a really nice double cap, though, regardless of losing the side point. Oh my god, and they actually save it. Oh, the Warhounds just barely get up on the point in time, That's devastating for the Chaos Dowie. Because their front line is in absolute shambles, and they are definitely suffering quite a few problems, but, I mean, they're not, like, completely out of the game yet. I think, though, with not being able to cap that point there, that is going to be game, set, match, because they still haven't controlled this Jabber Scythe. And it's continuing its little rampage here, running over more cheap, crappy infantry. I really like the inclusion of this thing. Aura of Madness is a little hard to get to proc, but when you're facing down a faction that has a bunch of low leadership units like Wolf Raiders, even though this isn't an anti-large type of unit, you can see with the collision damage, it can clear through Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders pretty nicely. It just, like, belly flops on top of them, and lowers their leadership, and that Aura of Madness just, like, pokes away at their very low HP pool. Steady, consistent damage that you really can't pass up. Malagor dies to the Sorcerer Prophet, but it doesn't even matter. I mean, beautiful job of ignoring this guy. I mean, hey, you know, sometimes you don't need to kill the Carnifex. Just let it do its thing. Work around it as best as possible and control the game with mobility, and it was very well done. Razorgore Chariots didn't carry the game like I thought they were gonna here, but the Beastman pressure from all the other fronts made up for the slight inefficiency from those guys. Just very well read battlefield by Kintama. Did a great job of pressing the Chaos Dwarves. Once he rallied back to the point, just grabbed it away from Care Bear. Good value in the Corn Gores. Great weapons did some pretty good damage. This Harpy unit with 1,000 value from killing the crew. Awesome stuff. Minotaur got up in the forest, and with the Woodsman, was able to get a critical and decisive win against one of the Kadai Fireborn here. And it was bound to happen. You know, somebody was going to figure out how to beat the Chaos Dwarves, and Beastman doing it, not super surprising. Beastman Chariots can just bully over all of the good Chaos Dwarf units that they love to rely on. Fireglaves suffer against them. Chaos Dowie Warriors, forget about it. They just get shredded by these Razorgore Chariots. And then the Hobgoblins don't do much better, because while you can't get a ton of value against the Hobgoblins, just clearing out the bodies is pivotal in and of itself. I think I need to go chase down people for the finals and the semifinals. I'm gonna start working on that, and I'm gonna go do sick person business again after I message these folks for their matches. Where's our boy? How can I not find, Oh, change his name again. Okay, that's why. Tommy, you changed your name so much, dude. But I got you, I got you. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break, deal with my sickness. Then I'll be back, and maybe we'll have some semis and finals replays to go through by then. That's kind of the game plan right now. Yeah, finals are kicking off just now, so hang in there, Rost, and we'll get to the semis and the finals games. and then we can see them and we can kind of, hold ourselves in suspense together. BRB, guys. Stay tuned. Okay, I'm back, guys. Ready to get in here and get it done. Okay, there we go. I don't know what I'm doing. Clicking on all the wrong buttons, apparently. So what are we looking at? This is a round 5 game, it looks like. Halls of Carrick Doom. We got Khorne versus Beastman. You know, Beastman versus Khorne is a pretty back-and-forth matchup at times. Generally speaking, I would say it's Beastman favored, because Beastmen are just so fast. And Khorne struggles against kite play. It's very easy to give them a runaround sometimes, but with Scarbrand potentially hitting a bunch of rampages and just smacking the hell out of enemy units, things could get pretty brutal pretty fast. You gotta be really careful when you're engaging around Scarbrand, just because of his combat potential. He really does thump. You got Bell of Endless Fury here. You've also got the Rage Embodied, of course. Not going for any of the other stuff, which isn't bad at all. Scarbrand's pretty flexible in terms of the items and abilities. You can cut him down to be pretty affordable. With Rage Embodied and Bellow, I believe he's 2,800. Which really isn't too expensive for such a powerful combat character. Goreherd, Ungorherds with the shields are up on the number 2. Khorne could sit their horsemen on the edge of this point and just hang out here and throw a little bit at the Ungor Spearherd, slow the cap down, but they're not going to sit there too long and over-focus on that. Ungor Raiders coming out of the Vanguard, really nice, tricky summons here. Peppering these throwing axes with some very effective fire. You see how quickly they just rack it up, man, because those Marauder Horsemen, pretty expensive unit at 675 gold. They can really suffer getting hammered by all of these bowmen. Really weird. What the hell happened with this Bellow? Awful damage out of it. This is very abnormal. You get 25 model kills, I guess, but I don't know, something about the way that it actually hit in against these guys seemed way lower impact than I'm used to. It's not like the best breath attack in the world, but normally it does a little bit more damage than that. That's one thing I'd like to see is Scarbrand and the Exalted Bloodthirster get better breath attacks, because they are pretty low impact as of right now. A little bit disappointing, and you kind of saw it there that sometimes it's just a little bit janky, even, it seems. Bestigor herds moving in. Kintama with a little bit of confusion as the Ungor Raiders are pushing right up into the middle of this fight, and Fury's diving them is going to be real scary. Fury's really good at killing Ungor Raiders. One of the things you have to be super careful of and attuned for when going up against them. Great Bray Shaman and the Butchers of Kalkengard running around, doing their thing, looking to get after this these Marauder Horsemen. The Marauder Horsemen are just all kinds of trapped up on Harpies and Warhounds. You got more Harpies diving in just to keep these guys in check, and you get a nice Flock of Doom. Oh, a Traderkin, actually. Oh, because it's a wild caster. Traderkin's not super effective against cavalry, as you can see, and then there's the spell resistance side of it. Probably better just popping that on Scarbrand on cooldown, but, I mean, nonetheless, you get a little bit of damage. And more importantly, you just keep these throwing axes on the run. Throwing axes can really suffer against these kinds of mobile pressure units if they end up in these situations where they're isolated and alone. They're pretty good at getting countercharges off against stuff like Harpies and Chaos Warhounds, but if they are the ones getting charged down, that's where they really falter and they fall apart, because their sustain stats are pretty low. So you got some Khorngors sitting on top of the Horsemen now, but it is Harpies and Hounds, so Khorne Guard's not super well suited for killing either of those units. And you see Skarbrand just going for the snipe on the Great Bray Shaman, but not quite able to find him there. Minotaurs with the great weapons of Khorne are stuck in Bestigor Herd, which is really ugly for them. Bestigor Herd have really good, they have really good weapon strength with solid melee attack, so they can actually fight Minotaurs in a sustained fight. If this were something like a Gore Herd, then the Minotaurs could actually sit here and trade out pretty decently, but because they get stuck in the Bestigor Herd for so long, these Bestigor Herds are able to grind them down. And here on the other side, the Bestigor and Ungor Spear Herd are able to outlast those Chaos Warrior Halberds. And then we get a full surround from Gore Herd on the other side of things. And the Khorne front line is just completely falling apart. And Khorne Gores are just not it against Beastmen. Do not waste your time with Khorne Gores against the Beastie Boys, because you don't need the AP from those halberds. And Khorne Gores are very bad against enemy infantry. They get beat by Gore Herd, they get the crap smacked out of them by Bestigor Herd. They're very vulnerable to Ungor Raider fire. If you're going to bring halberds, then you bring the Chaos Warrior halberds, because they're just higher leadership and a little bit higher quality across the board. More resilient to the Gore Herd, dual axes and whatnot. And you should really focus, actually, on Furies and Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds are actually really good against Centaurs. Plus, they can hammer pretty decently against the infantry with cycle charging, so that's usually where Khorne is able to thrive. Marauders are also pretty vulnerable. You want to go for pretty heavy armor against the Beastmen. Heavy armor and then really good and well microed mobility. And also, I do like Skarbrand. Skarbrand can be really strong. I think that unfortunately, just because of the problems that Bloodthirster models in general have, with being these big hulking monstrosities and then not being able to hit anything that's more than like 2 inches away from them, it's very, very janky. Their combat animations sometimes. Valkia and Skulltaker are just the better options, or Arbol. Arbol actually has some teeth here. Because he's so fast on the ground, he can catch the Great Bray Shamans and whatnot. And he's got, like, decent enough stats that he can, like, go in and fight the Gore Bulls with some hit and run and some support. He's a lot cheaper than Skarbrand. Skarbrand's just a little too expensive. If you don't get those, like, crucial early engagements with Skarbrand, then he ends up being a bit of a waste, usually. Harpies and warriors fighting here. Gore Herd are making their way in from the flank and pressuring this #1 objective of Khorne, but Bloodwake Berserkers are going to come in. We'll see if there's really any, like, tech against these guys, but honestly, the best thing you can do is the Beastmen right now. Just kind of fan out here, get ready to intercept any Khorne units that might go for the #3 objective. And just stay away from the Bloodwake Berserkers, because you are not going to beat these guys in melee combat. Bloodwake Berserkers, still to this day, just brutally effective against everything. They just mulch all of the units that try to fight them in melee combat. They're so wild. Skarbrand getting beat up by the Gorbull and the Butchers of Kalkengard here. Khorne not having an answer to those guys is a little bit painful. The Chaos Warrior Halberds get their value back. Very consistent performances from them. Way better than the Khorne Gores, as you can see, who have done much worse than both of the Halberds. Minos fully shattered. Some Forsaken coming in. Forsaken are really good against the Beastmen. Because of their weapon strength and their charge bonus, and they hit pretty hard. Plus, they're even extra effective against Butchers of Kalkengard because of the flaming attacks. Forsaken have the fire damage on them, so they can beat up on the Butchers of Kalkengard pretty excellently. Bloodwake Berserkers just getting Relentless Rage, hanging in here, avoiding some model deaths, and gives them Unyielding Assault, so they don't lose any melee attack in the process. They're just going to continue the fight here, and they'll be dragging down whatever is stuck in here against them pretty easily and consistently. Really great centerpiece unit, and really good against the Beastmen, because they do beat Bestigor Herd pretty decisively. Just because of the immune to flanking on the Wrathmongers. That immune to flanking, before Omens was fully released, no, even when it was fully released, Wrathmongers didn't have the immune to flanking on their unit card, and they were okay, but the immune to flanking ability being given to them has made Wrathmongers one of those units that you just have to be ready to fight whenever you're going up against Khorne, because they're just such a pain. And you can see here, against the worst possible odds, with multiple Minotaur units on them, Vice President Gorbel giving all these guys buffs, Butchers, Harpies, everything and anything that the Beastmen can bring out, the Bloodwake Berserkers are still going to get 2,000 value. They're just that good, and their leadership is hanging strong despite them being completely surrounded. And part of the reason for that is the immune to flanking. They don't suffer any leadership penalties. Like, not only do they get melee defense in the little circle around them, so they can't get just free damage from getting hit from behind, but they also just ignore most of all of the nasty leadership debuffing effects that you might suffer from. Now, the Lord for Khorne did die. The Great Bright Shaman gets summoned back out because he's really not that expensive on the Tuskor Chariot, which I believe he's on. Yeah, Tuskor Chariot Lord is pretty cheap, just with Traderkin. They're going to be hammering in here against the Marauders. The Centaurs should be able to take those guys down. Blood Berserkers probably going to grind out another like 200 or 300 value, but they just can't carry this game by themselves. Chaos Warhounds going after some of the Centaurs. Forsaken also getting up on this point, doing some pretty good damage, trading out fairly evenly against the Ungors and the Warhounds and the Goreherd here. Centaurs at 1,800 value is so gross, man. And this Centaur on the other side has only been out for a minute or so, and they just immediately sweep up the Marauders. Marauders are just not it against Beastmen. They do not perform well at all. They're just too vulnerable to the Centaur cycle charging, and Butchers at Kalkengard and whatnot. You really need to go Forsaken, or at the least some Chaos Warriors. I will say, though, that having a couple Bloodletters isn't a bad idea, because Bloodletters can chew through Bestigor herds pretty efficiently, and they can do pretty well against Goreherd. It's an even trade out. Like, the Goreherd end up dying, and the Bloodletters are basically on death's bed by the time the fight is over, usually. But in a pinch, it's not too bad. Really, you want to use Bloodletters against the Bestigor herds if you can, but going with Bloodletters can be a little risky, because Centaurs can still cycle charge those guys down, and Razorgore Chariots just crush Bloodletters. It's such an ugly fight for them. Usually better to just max out on Forsaken as your reinforcing infantry. Like, cut all of these Marauders, get rid of Scarbrand, get Arbol, get the Bloodwake Berserkers in here, with the Chaos Warrior Halberds staying in this build, and Bloodwake Berserkers go to the middle objective. Halberds can hold your home point, and then you use the Bloodwake Berserkers and the throwing axes and all your Forsaken to just press the middle. Bloodwake Berserkers are impossible to kill efficiently in melee. I mean, every single time you fight them in melee combat, they're going to get 2,000 value if you just pile in on them. Like, you'll grind them down eventually, but it takes so long, and it is prohibitively expensive at times. And it gives the Khornate forces something to anchor on that is just so resilient that they're able to function a little bit better in the mobility game by being able to swarm a little bit more effectively. You can also think about cutting Minotaurs of Khorne and bringing Blood Beasts instead. They're pretty awesome. They can do a lot of good for you. You don't really need the anti-large necessarily on the Minos. You just need the Blood Beast to stop Razorgore Chariots and Cynagores from getting like freebies on you. And Blood Beasts can scrap pretty well against Beastmen Minotaurs. They just can't win against the Mino Great Weapons. It's like the only thing they need to really look out for. And they don't want to get poked by the Ungor Raiders. But if you use your Furies really well in this matchup as Khorne, you can shut down Cynagores, you can shut down Ungor Raiders pretty easily, and you can also kill lots of Harpies and Warhounds with Furies as well. It's actually a lot more important to get Furies out in numbers quickly against Beastmen. Because Beastmen just don't have very good tools for killing the Furies, because they don't really have anything that can touch them in the air. So Furies get much better engagements on the ground, typically. And you have to use your Cynagores and whatnot to try and, like, cycle charge the Furies off of your units. And the Furies can just kind of hover in the air and just threaten dives, and it keeps a lot of the Beastmen army really honest and unable to really take the initiative the way that they want to. Whoops. Yeah, I'm back. Let me unpin this. That's a big my bad. Completely forgot that I had that pinned up. Cynagores can beat Fleshhounds in a 1v1, but you just don't take 1v1s with the Fleshhounds. And also, I'm not 100% sure if that holds true necessarily. Yeah, let's actually do a really quick test. Khorne was just a baseline Lord. I'm gonna get some Fleshhounds in here. Let's see how they match up. You just want a couple of Fleshhounds because they're good mass against Beastmen. Really what you use Fleshhounds for isn't as a, like, 1v1 fighter. You use them to countercharge Cynagores that are trying to attack your flanks. You use the Fleshhounds to pen Cinties in, and then you just grind through them really quickly with the Fleshhound's good shock damage, and then whatever infantry you have attacking the Cynagores from the other side. Let's get a Beast Lord. We'll max out the Cynagores too, so... Oh, we need to be on a land battle. We got a battle for Itza. Make sure there's no bonuses or nerfs for the AI. Just try and show off a little bit what the fights here are like. One sec, guys. I just gotta type somebody something real quick.
Lord of Khorne.
Cynagore is going to come to us. So one thing that you can't do with Fleshhounds is fight Cynagores in trees, because Cynagores have woodsmen. Fleshhounds don't have that at all, so they just get clowned on in forest fights versus Beastmen. Is the AI going to charge me? Please don't be silly. It says Cinties are a low threat. Now, the thing that you were banking on with the Fleshhounds is their Phys-Res. Their Phys-Res is pretty decent. Cynagores pile into combat really efficiently. You can see multiple Centaur units against a Fleshhound is a pretty good fight. But getting the counter charges off actually gives you a little bit of an easier time, and if you have a couple of Furies to support it all, you fix the Fleshhounds, who soak up the damage, and then the Furies just fly in from the back and finish the fight wicked fast, because Fleshhounds don't let Centaurs push through them. You can see them holding up surprisingly well, and sometimes they actually end up routing them. It's so close, as you can see. But that was like the closest to a pure 1v1 that we got, and the Fleshhounds ended up winning that fight out. They routed these guys, and then you just kind of collapse onto whatever remaining Centaurs there are. You see the Fleshhounds, they got a flank off, absolutely dominating their opponent here. So that just comes down to an attritional fight, and it's pretty back and forth between them, between the two units. But that's why you don't go max Fleshhounds to try and fully contest the mobility game. You just bring a couple of them and use them as a mass unit in an anti-flank fight kind of denial unit. You just don't want to let the Beastmen get surrounds on you and get to push you around a whole bunch. And this is with the little Beast Lord running around under here. He's actually killed a lot of my Fleshhounds. Actually kind of surprising, but yeah. And see, it's a pretty back and forth fight, but, you know, Centaurs are pretty vulnerable at the end of the day. You know, they've got, like, great they don't have great stats, but they've got Rowdy and Perfect Vigor, which is really nice for them. But early on, Fleshhounds have the edge because of their Phys Res and the weapon strength and everything. Alright, we've got our semis and finals games. Although, I guess we've got one semis game and then one finals game, because Ken Thomas said that his semis match was pretty short. I was like a minute long, so we're not really going to get to see much out of that one. But we will get to watch the other semis match, which I presume is going to be a pretty close game. Usually, once you get into the semis and finals, you're at, like, peak evenly matched people. Just want to go ahead and say thank you to everyone who's played. It was a smaller tournament today, but it's actually kind of nice because it gives me an opportunity to make sure that I'm covering at least one game from everybody. And we can get a little bit more hyper-specific with giving advice, since we're seeing the same people playing against one another all the time. We can get a little bit more into talking about, like, game planning against particular players' strategies. Oh, I didn't drop them in here. Alright, give me a sec, guys. Finals and semis. I'm gonna do our semis game first. We got Bob Like Soup, who we haven't watched yet, playing on the Chaos Dwarves, or sorry, on the Norskins against the Chaos Dwarves of Care Bear. We've seen Care Bear play quite a bit. Care Bear's actually going for something a little bit different. We have not seen any foot missiles from Care Bear yet. But here, she's got 2 Dowie blunderbusses, which is going to be really fascinating to watch. Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses do hit like trucks. It's just the short range is what gets them in trouble usually. They fire fairly quickly, and if they just get a couple good volleys off against something big, or you know, I mean, even against like infantry, they can very quickly just break a game open. And look at the Norscan army here is looking real lacking in the infantry department, not going for any kind of infantry engagements. Instead going very heavy into mobile units and single entities with some chariots here. Which is kind of cool to see. Norscan Warhound's getting bullied by the Sorcerer Prophet on his Bale Taurus. Care Bear's play with the Bale Taurus is so clean. She's very careful with it, and also, in the same breath, aggressive. That's always the best thing to be. Being able to take, like, optimal fights at any and all times, and really keep your opponent from being able to push you around, is a huge thing that you need to be capable of when you bring these super expensive characters. Nice Marauder Ice Wolf Chariot charge, just running over the Orc Laborers, but really cheap unit, and Deathstreaker Rocket getting some good damage in there in the process. Oh, but look at the blunderbusses! Right here in the tree line, very sneaky setup here. Getting a decent volley off, but still chunking damage from these chariots. This is how you use chariots, just have them charging all the time, so that they can just chunk through infantry units, but now they run a little too deep in, and these guys look pretty well stuck. The Bale Taurus character is also landed in here. He's going to start picking off individual chariot models pretty quickly, and look at that damage from the blunderbusses. Oh no. Potential disaster for the Norskins here. Norscan Ice Wolves get blocked up by the Orc Laborers and the Goblin Laborers. And blunderbusses just blasting freely behind this front line are causing big problems right now. Seafang goes in against the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. I'm not so sold on that as the strategy. And look at Wolfrig and the War Mammoth screwing about with the Orc Laborers back here. I think that Bob was just not ready for the blunderbusses. Didn't really have the tools needed to clear these blunderbusses available quickly enough. These blunderbusses do have a silver shield. They're very resilient to missile fire as a result. So the throwing axe is not very effective against those guys. The War Mammoth and Wolfric's Sea Fang are your best tools against the blunderbusses because their HP is pretty low for an 80 model unit. A War Mammoth just charging down the length of a blunderbuss is going to chunk their health. And Sea Fang's going to do about the same. It does excellent damage against very tightly packed infantry. Right here. Right here, officer. This is the offender that we need to deal with. Sea Fang with its damage per second being pretty high and having a decent amount of armor piercing usually takes blunderbusses down to about half HP, and then you just need one good charge to really hammer them down. From something like a chariot. Because Infernal Guard Fireglaive do have charge reflection, even if they're not actually that good against big stuff in combat. Blunderbusses have no charge reflection or charge defense against large, so they just get absolutely pounded by chariots. I think Norska just pulled the trigger too early, to be quite honest. I mean, they really could have just taken all 3 objectives really quickly in the early game, and then just kind of pulled back, let the Chaos Dwarves, like, waddle forward and try and get set up on the high ground. You can just kind of, like, rotate around and, like, position units in the trees and try and force fights out here on the edges where you're away from the main damage-dealing portion of the enemy army. Still staying pretty safe from the Deathstreaker rocket in the same breath. Otherwise, you just end up in a situation like this. You got big old War Mammoth just getting poked down by the artillery. Stuck in Orc Laborers. Taking a bunch of unnecessary damage from a variety of sources and not value trading very well for you at all. Competitve Fireborn collapsing onto the back of these Norscan Ice Wolves. Oh my god, look at the Competitve damage. Dude, the piling in against these Norscan Ice Wolves and Warhounds, just wrecking these poor little doggos. Awesome value trading from this Competitve Fireborn. Horsemen are, you know, on their flank, but that's really not going to do much for Norsca. I mean, the Marauder Horsemen with the throwing axes are just not good in combat. They really need to be out of the melee fights and just throwing away with their little axes, because that's where they'll actually value trade efficiently. They're going to run out of room. Blunderbuss here with 2,000 value. I mean, it'll finish off this War Mammoth with like 2 volleys probably. Turning around and hitting Wolfric though, and dodging Seafang in the same breath. Really nice stuff. And Balethor's character, he sees a lonely and unattended Wolfric. Somebody come pick your child up before he gets absolutely manhandled here. Oh my god, please. Wolfric is going to be going to the front desk at the Walmart, and he's going to be asking the Chaos Gods if they can buy him some ice cream after this this absolute brutality that we're about to witness here. Balethor's character is actually struggling to hit Wolfric, though, right now. Does have really solid melee defense, to be fair. Sorcerer Prophet is tired. Blunderbuss is actually doing the heavy lifting of beating up on Wolfric, but now he's routing. Now the Balethor's character gets a good shot in with that 540 weapon strength. Should be able to just keep beating him up and chase him off the field from here. I don't see Wolfric being able to hang in much longer. War Mammoth is running around, but it's getting poked by the Wolf Raiders. It's really smart from Care Bear just to have some Wolf Raiders to like shadow the big Mammoth and keep poking it while it's trying to grind out some value. Do like the choice there. I'm a little surprised that this is not a War Shrine Mammoth. Double War Shrine Mammoth is banned, but just a single one of them is pretty damn strong because the War Shrine Mammoths give a leadership buff. Which would be really good for all of these mobile units who'd be getting a plus 10 leadership right now. Plus, you get Phys Res and Vigor Reduction on all your units, which is absolutely incredible. And Chaos Dowie actually don't have a lot of magic damage. The Deathstreak Rocket has it, which is nice, so it can poke through the War Shrine Mammoth Phys Res buffs and whatnot. But that extra 20% resilience, once it gets charged up, is pretty clutch against stuff like Dowie Blunderbusses and Infernal Guard Fireglaves, Hobgoblin, Wolf Raider Archer Fire, and anything of that nature. Oh my god. A big old knot of congested disgustingness in my throat right now. It's driving me nuts. Sorcerer Prophet just using his pistol here to shoot at the Mammoth, I think. Or actually the Horseman. Nice shot, Bozo. He just shoots right into the ground in front of him. He's telling him to respect his space. He's like, this is my line in the sand. Don't go any farther than this, buddy. Another missed shot, but that pistol's not really meant for all that. It does a little bit of damage, just a little bit better against infantry. It's such a weird pistol, because it doesn't, like, shoot like most pistols do. It's more like a little miniature howitzer in his hand or something. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders actually able to shatter the Mammoth's leadership, so bye-bye Mammoth. Only got 392 value. More Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots coming in, but this Blunderbuss play is just filthy. You can see the damage, though, the Chariots can do. Get a pretty nice charge, come back through for round 2, and get a little bit more damage in, but taking fire from the off angle, that's probably going to put a pretty quick end to them. And this Blunderbuss unit is still functional with 59 models, pretty low on HP, but you can just kind of pull it behind the other Blunderbuss now and use it as the defensive unit. their blunderbuss can kind of take the charge on the nose if need be. But Bob is just suffering horrifically on the value side of things. Oh my god, and a filthy breath attack here. The first one that's been used, actually hammering the Norscan Warhounds and Beasts of Tashanar, and then a really, really sick, nasty burning head right down the length of the Beasts of Tashanar. All these units are going to be running away. Marauder Horsemen will probably sit and fight here for a little bit, but they're not going to be able to hang in for too long. Just for Care Bear's own sanity, just make sure to send this Wolf Raider in to make sure the Sorcerer Prophet doesn't die here. He eats a nasty volley from the throwing axes. That's what the throwing axes could have been doing all game to this Fire Sorcerer. These Bellator's characters are pretty tanky. They got a lot of HP, and they've got decent armor, and very aggressive stats and whatnot, but Missile Fire just really shreds them, because they just don't have a whole lot of resilience against it. They've got, like, some innate missile resistance, but 25% is just, like, decent. Really isn't going to be doing you a whole lot of favors. Norscan Warhounds cleaning up the Wolf Raiders. We get a really nice burning head down the length of the throwing axes in response. Doing a decent chunk of damage, and we're not seeing any movement here, and this rocket is going to be devastating. Brutal damage going down on the Horsemen. Dropping like 10-something models, and then a breath attack on top of it, just to put the nail in the coffin for those guys. 2,500 value on the Sorcerer Prophet. Didn't really get any heals. With it doesn't even have Chalice of Blood and Darkness, so interesting to see people not bringing that item as much anymore. Just because it did get changed, it's really not that good anymore. You have to be really close to your opponent's summoners to get the benefits of it now. I think a Lamasuit character can actually benefit from Chalice more than the Bale Tauruses can. Because the Lamasuit does have a silence aura, so you do want to use that to chase enemy casters around. So maybe in a couple matchups you'll see Lamasuit characters with the Chalice now and then, just so that they can like kind of run around and shut down any casting abilities. Sneaky gets helping against the Manticore. These guys do have pretty good accuracy on their precursor missiles, so they can hit low armor single entities pretty effectively. The Competitve Fireborn are just running around. They're just continuing to beat up on Hounds and Marauders and anything and everything coming out. We can just fast forward through it. It's been over for a while, but sometimes it's just nice to kind of see the handiwork of somebody with a very dominant lead, just making sure to clean up any and all units. Just continuing to gas out the Norskins. Norska just wasn't able to gather up any forces in one area and find a way to drag themselves back into this game. The blunderbusses end up with 2,500 value and 2,000 here. 1,400 on the Deathstreak rocket. Very good performance from it. Wow, and a Chaos Dwarf Warrior with 1,100 values. Honestly kind of out there. It's very rare to see them doing so much damage. Other Deathstreaker was doing okay. One Kadai with 1,600 value. The others were coming out at the end there. They were making their way in. They were doing some work, but they didn't have a time to really shine there. Famir Warriors, I really don't like the baseline Famir Warriors. They're really just not good still. The Miststalkers are the only good dual weapon Famir unit, because they have Terror and Stalk. Much better option here if you're going up against Chaos Dwarves. I'm gonna be so frank and honest with you, Skinwolves really are a pretty good option against the Chaos Dowie. Yeah, they get hammered by fire damage, and there's a lot of fire damage available to the Chaos Dwarves. But Skinwolves are also crazy fast. They can pretty quickly close ground and get on top of stuff like blunderbusses and Deathstreak rockets. And they rip apart Bale Tauruses. So there's actually a little bit of an argument that you do still want Skinwolves over Famir for this matchup. The biggest threat that you face as Norska is the gun line. And with Sea Fang and then stuff like Pit of Shades, preferably, for a Shaman Sorcerer, you can get much better value that way. Or you can do Searing Doomcaster with Plague of Rust, which can also be pretty effective against the Chaos Dwarves. Because you can use Plague of Rust and then charge with Skinwolves, and you'll do excellent damage at that point against Chaos Dowie units. Because Plague of Rust takes armor down by 60 when it's overcast. And I'll just show you the armor values on the Chaos Dowie Warriors and Blunderbusses real quick, so you can kind of get the idea. These guys have 80 armor at base. They get hit by Plague of Rust, and they go down to, they either go down to 55, which is still pretty good, but if it's overcast, which you should always overcast Plague of Rust anyways, they go down to 25 armor, and a really well-timed Skinwolf charge at that point will just absolutely ruin a Blunderbuss unit, because Skinwolves have pretty good charge attacks. They've got a decent number of models. They've got good weapon strength. They do lack the AP, which is why you need the Plague of Rust. But when they make impact and start trampling over everything with their 1300 mass, you'll see how quickly they can really open up a Blunderbuss unit. And if you can kill the Chaos Dowie missiles, Norska will be able to just hit and run down any Hobgoblins or Chaos Dowie Warriors pretty easily. Because you also got Chariots, and the Chariots are there, and they can also do the same thing to the Blunderbusses with some Plague of Rust action. Last thing to note, another good thing about Searing Doom, it's got 200 meter range, so even against Infernal Guard Fireglaves, you can sit well outside of their range and just drop it directly on their head. So it's very hard for the Chaos Dowie missile units to get settled against Norska if you're playing your cards right with your Sea Fang and Searing Doom casts. Like, the Lore of Fire is good for clearing out Hobgoblins, but honestly, Norska has plenty of tools that can hammer down Hobgoblins. Even baseline Marauders will beat them all eventually. It's really, excuse me. It's really, like I said, controlling those missile units and then the Bale Taurus character that you need to be focused on. It's not an easy matchup for Norska, though, because the Chaos Dwarves can just sit back and pound away at you. I saw Kintama. Don't worry about the semis. It's fine. We'll get around to it. How are Skull Crushers into Beastmen? Skull Crushers against Beastmen? I just don't know about that. Skull Crushers would be really good against the Chariots and Centigores, but Razorgore Herd are still kind of a staple even into Khorne for the Beastmen at times, and a couple of Razorgore Herd just charging Unga Bunga style after Skull Crushers is going to do a lot of damage to them. I could see that going very poorly. You just don't need anything with that much AP against the Beastmen generally. You can bring much cheaper and go much wider to grind down the Beastmen, because the Beastmen will eventually lose steam against a really well microed Khorne build. Although I don't think the Skull Crushers fit in well enough to be a unit that you really want to have. If I brought a Demon Prince, yeah, dude, the Demon Prince of Khorne is a bit of a problem. He's not very good. It's just sad because Khorne has like 3 lords that are good, like Arbol, Skulltaker, and Valkia, and then they've got all these other lords that are basically just missed potential. You look at the definition of missed potential or wasted opportunity in the dictionary, and you see all these guys like the Chaos Lord, the Blood Speaker, the Herald. Demon Prince is definitely in there. This dude never gets played. There's one matchup where I've seen the Demon Prince do stuff, and it's a very specific matchup between him and fighting Azazel against Slaanesh. That's the only time I've ever done anything with the Demon Prince. That's really hard to pull off, though. Most people will just fly away with Azazel. Exalted Bloodthirsters can work, but the problem with these Bloodthirsters is that they have these, like, big axes, and this guy has, like, a huge whip. He's like a Balrog, but he won't hit anything that's more than, like, a model or 2 away from him. If there's anything between him and his intended target, he just stands there looking really sad and silly. It's really pathetic. If CA gave the Bloodthirsters a hit radius that reflected their weapons that they're carrying, then I think they would actually be good. But they just have too much jank with their hitboxes. And I don't mean like jank as in they get the benefits of a wonky hitbox. I mean they just literally can't hit stuff sometimes. And it's really frustrating. So that's why you see Valky and Skulltaker all the time. Sometimes Arbol. Because they actually work as intended. We're going to get into the finals next, guys. This is an interesting build. Okay, so Care Bear is really going outside the box on this one. Oh my goodness, a Kadai Destroyer. I was looking at the lords and I was like, where's the sauce in this army? It looks so cheap. Hiding at the end here, under my cursor, while I'm not paying attention to it. Kadai Destroyer into a Beastman army is going to be really fascinating to watch, but it is on Bordello Landing. So there is a central point for it to sit and fight on top of. These things are a lot better than they used to be. So more blunderbusses. Blunderbusses against chariots is a really good call. I mean, you just need one good volley from these things, and the Razor Gore chariots will just get absolutely canned. We'll keep an eye out for that. Kadai Destroyer is going to be rocking up to the middle objective with its 10,000 HP, 120 armor. You got some Fizz Res at the beginning, and then you get more as Blazing Body builds up, plus melee damage reflection, which is so nice on this thing. Burning Bright and Hellish Frenzy, both pretty good abilities. Oh, and the Demon Smith Sorcerer has the Reforge ability here. Oh, going for a few heals. With Burning Head magic. Burning Head is so good against Beastmen. Absolutely the best spell against them, usually. You can go for some other lures of magic, but generally speaking, just Burning Head and maybe Cascading Fire Cloak is going to do more than enough to control the Beastmen units. You just Burning Head all the archers. When your opponent's front line gets occupied by your own forces, you just drop it on the Zangors and the Gore Herd and just melt them.
We have a victory point.
See how this ends up going. Get a little bit of Synagore throwing axe fire in. They just kill a bunch of goblin laborers, and now they feel real silly for having wasted the ammo. But it's not a big deal. It's not like some kind of huge mistake or anything. It's just a little bit sad because you really wanted to get in there and get like a free volley on the Kadai Destroyer, and just kind of missed out on the opportunity. It's good micro, though, from Care Bear, just to get this thing back and buffered away from the scary AP missiles. Now you get the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders in, and they're going to poke away at the throwing axes here. So Synagor's in retreat for the moment. Ungor Raiders, you got to be careful about this. You can see this missile line constricting again. Got to keep good spacing on this. It's honestly not a bad idea to put Ungor Raiders in a locked group where they're just in a natural concave and just move them forward and wiggle to turn them as you need them to be facing against certain areas. And then give them individual shooting orders. It keeps their spacing nice and clean so they don't get bunched up like this, because this might be the game where we finally see it. We saw, against the Skaven, some bunching with the Ungor Raiders that didn't really get punished. One good Burning Head could kill all of these Ungor Raiders, because they are so flimsy. They've got awful leadership, awful armor, pretty low HP for how many guys are in this unit. You compare them to the Blunderbusses. Blunderbusses have 40 less models than the Ungor Raiders and have like the exact same HP pool, with a ton more armor and leadership and whatnot. So Ungor Raiders can very quickly get folded up by good magic use. Sons of Goros on the field, Synagor throwing axes, just waiting in the wings. It's going to come down to the Razorgore chariot dives. They're in the forest off to the side. I don't know if Care Bearer is like really aware of them being here. She's definitely not bunching her forces up as if she's concerned about it. Well, she does have one Hobgoblin Wolf Raider hanging out over here. We shall see. We shall see. A little bit of a flank overload with the mobility on this side, although the Beastmen should really loop around if they want to get into the cookie jar early. Blunderbusses want to shoot Malagor, but really good bait and switch here. Blunderbuss is not getting that opportunity, and they get hit by an overcast Flock of Doom. They take a ton of damage. 1100 HP off of both those guys in the early going here. Razorgore Chariot's still waiting in the trees. Oh, and Care Bear does know they're in here. She must have just been acting like she had the blinders on, so that she could do this. Looking to send the Wolf Raiders up into the trees. Actually spots the Chariots. The Chariots not getting in is a bit of a problem for the Beastmen so far. They really need those to shut down the missile play here, but doing a good job of avoiding the Blunderbusses. Just one Ungor Spearherd engaged, taking some unnecessary damage, but not going too badly for the Beastmen in the long term, I would say. Orc Laborers taking some Ungor Raider fire, really not a bad target, just to chunk these guys down a little bit. Can I Fireborn? Getting up in here and we get the Burning Head. Oh my god, this could be it. Oh, the Ungor Raiders. Oh no. Ah, and it gets the perfect rotation. Dude. It feels bad. It feels really bad. I mean, it's such an easy way for Fire Mages to rack up value. It's going to roast some of the Orc Laborers, unfortunately, but who cares about friendly fire when they're a bunch of unpaid interns, right? So, we've got a bit of a problem for the Beastmen with most of their Ungor Raiders being shut down pretty quickly. The other Ungor Raider is free, but then Goblin Laborers get on top of them. Honestly, Goblin Labor is about as perfect of a unit as you'd want to be occupying these missile troops. Not really going to do a lot of damage to the Laborers. Probably going to get peeled off, but they're going to shut these guys down for like 20-30 seconds. Kadai losing out pretty badly, though. These Korngors, man, just being so vicious with the Zangor support. And Malagor in here, too, and lots of little Ungor Spearherd underneath them, just able to slowly drag down those Fireborn, but no answer for the Destroyer right now. You still got the Synagors throwing their axes into this thing. You're going to start seeing some serious Terror Route shenanigans going down with this thing, rear charging all of the Gore Herd and Ungor Spearherd right now. Razorgore Chariot's kind of breaking in, though. Getting a little trapped up on all the Laborers, though. Synagors fighting Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, Sons of Goros. A little trapped up. Beastmen just can't quite push through in one solid push like they really need. And the Synagore throwing axes just got destroyed by the blunderbusses. Bye-bye counter unit. Kadai Destroyer going after the Razorgore Chariots and gets a really nice shot in against that unit. Huge damage going down on those guys, and the Chariot impact has just been pretty mediocre right now. Really not getting the high impact charges that you're used to seeing out of those guys right now. Doing a pretty good job, though, of controlling the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. More Flocks of Doom going down and continuing to weaken those skirmishers. The Ungor Raider unit that's still alive is starting to poke again, doing some pretty effective damage. Just getting rid of those Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders is a massive win. It's going to give you an opportunity to bring in some more Synagore throwing axes if you got them in reserve. Now, the problem here is this Destroyer and the massive number of bodies on the other side of the formation here for the Chaos Dwarves. Don't really have great answers to that right now. Zangor is getting hit by the Burning Head and trying to hammer those Sons of Goros and the Harpies as well, but Kentama able to dodge those, that spell cast. The Razorgore Chariots gonna go right down the pipe on these Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses. Really nice charge and good damage. But, yet again, the Kadai Destroyer intercepting, and it's got about 1,000 value right now. Still pretty healthy, too. Don't know about the Demon Smith heals. I don't know where that guy is gone to. Oh, he's down here getting bullied by Malagor and the Sons of Goros right now. Kentama making a mistake trying to pull the Sons of Goros out right now. They're stuck. Just leave them to fight. Just leave him to fight the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders and have the Goreherd collapse from the other side and just try and finish that unit up as best you can. The Razorgore Chariots. Oh, hit by Sadistic Snare, too. Oh, beautiful cast on that. First Sadistic Snare comes out. I was wondering when we would see it. Hits this Razorgore Chariot and gives time for the Kadai Destroyer to just bully them around and actually completely takes them offline. Both Razorgore Chariots go down with a minimum of value gained. Pretty inefficient performance. They're an 1,150 gold chariot, and they get taken offline with 700 and 600 apiece. Good swarm, though. You got all these bodies just rushing the blunderbusses right now. Care Bear's going to need some heavy lifters to try and round this game out. It's going to be hard to rely on the Wolf Raiders to carry in the late game. Do have a Mino great weapon on the field now. I would try to avoid blobbing up the Kadai Fireborn, or on the Kadai Destroyer. Really, Care Bear has enough tools here to win this game, but Kentama also does too. I mean, it looks pretty bad value-wise to the Beastmen. That can be a little bit of a, hard thing to read, though. The thing about Beastmen is that they, for whatever reason, their value is just calculated really bizarrely in-game, so oftentimes it's incredibly misleading. I do think Chaos Dwarves have a slight advantage here. Oh, this Burning Head is going to clutch this game here. Getting rid of these Ungor Raiders at this decisive moment, and it just destroys the entire 2 units. Wow. Those Ungor Raiders could have been so useful for poking down the Wolf Raiders and the Bull Centaur Renders. Now the Minotaurs just have a giant Kadai on top of them. The Fireborn are in here and actually look to be surrounding Malagor right now. And the Bull Centaur Renders and these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are just breaking apart whatever is standing in here. So the mine is getting fully surrounded. Destroyer actually ends up moving away from the Minotaurs to go after the Synagores and help out the Demon Sorcerer. Demon Sorcerer did rally, was able to get his second Reforge off on the Kadai Destroyer and get that Burning Head in, and that's like one of those moments where you're just kicking yourself, because this guy was broken in the back line of the Beastmen and just needed to be finished off. He only had 400 HP. You're like, oh, surely he's not going to rally, but he does so unexpectedly and just clutches the game out with absolutely pivotal Burning Head. He's got 1,600 value, which is amazing for the price point. Steam & Smith Sorcerer costs about 1,000 gold with this kit. Zaytan, not really doing a whole lot, but, you know, he's sitting in here, he's fighting. Could drop Sadistic Snare on Malagor, but I think he might have actually gotten too far away. Oh, you actually do get him, but he gets back up in the air, though. Sad. If you'd gotten him a little bit earlier, Fireborn probably would have surrounded him and killed him. But, man, that fight just went so far in the favor of the Chaos Dowie. Kintama just getting blinded by the brilliance of the Kadai Destroyer and finding it way too honestly. This thing with 3,000 value, carrying the game on its back. Because really there hasn't been anything else doing all that well, although the Kadai Fireborn, yeah, they really have been just okay. Well, Centaur Renders with 1,200 value. Blunderbuss has got 1,300 here. Yeah, just more and more expensive stuff coming out from Care Bear, while Kintama is continuing to have to summon out cheaper and cheaper units to try and just have anything on the field to try and make something happen with. Gonna get worse and worse. Just too much heavy armor there now. All these Kadai Fireborn backed up by some Bolt Centaur Render great weapons will be able to beat just about anything. And then you can just summon out Laborers as coverage so that all your monstrous units can value trade at the end here. Oh, that's beautiful. Amazing Kadai Destroyer match. 3,000 value on Big Boy there. One Blunderbuss with 1,300, the other only had 300 value. Average that out, I mean, 800 between the two of them, not bad at all, but, you know, they did get shut down pretty effectively. The Chaos Dowie Warriors did really well, actually. At least one of them did with 900 value. It's Burning Headcaster with his 312 kills and 1,700 value. The other hero of this game, a little bit of the unsung hero. He did get both his heals off and some good burning heads, and I think that is what really clutched the game, so gotta give it up to him for his performance. The Razorgore Chariots were the letdown here for the Beastmen. Most of their other stuff was reasonably effective and kind of did its job. Just really need these chariots to clear up the infantry a little bit easier for you and allow your mobility to sit and swarm and just hammer down whatever the Chaos Dowie bring up at that point. I think one more throwing axe would be worth having in here as well. Minotaur great weapons are strong. And they're good against the Kadai Fireborn and the Bull Centaur Renders, but Minotaurs are honestly pretty bad against stuff like the Kadai Fireborn, Shredder of Lustria. Some of those really big single entities can just kind of bully Minotaurs around, and they came in a little late, and they just got a pretty mediocre fight and couldn't carry their weight. Just having two Centaurs to sit on the Kadai all game is what you really need. They just didn't get that opportunity. They got a little too antsy, and a Blunderbuss Volley just lit them up, and then without that, the Kadai Destroyer was free to do whatever it wanted at that point. There's really no need to be cautious with it in the least, because it's just so dominant in melee. Collision attacks on this thing are wicked strong now. And when it gets Blazing Body fully charged up, that melee reflection is really scary with the added Fizz Res on it. Yeah, you did. You got a really clutch win against those Wolf Riders, but they held you up just long enough and mucked up the middle of the battlefield to the point that the Razorgore Chariots, even when they got in, they just couldn't clear everything. So then it was just your Cynagors against the world, and Cynagors are great, but they just cannot carry the game alone like they used to. It used to be that Beastmen would literally just go max Cynagor spam, and they would just crush you beneath their hooves. Beastmen have to actually spread out a little bit more now. They have to bring other units. They can't just abuse their mobility like they used to. And that's why they've kind of fallen off a little bit, because they're a lot more vulnerable to Burning Head than they used to be. It used to be that Cynagors would just micro away from Burning Head, and you would just laugh at your opponent because they didn't have any tools to be able to shut down all the aggression. But nowadays, Cynagors are much more expensive and at a lot more reasonable price point for their performance. Still really strong, still do a lot of work clearing the mobility and flanks in games, but now you really need those like chariots or just like mass gore herd or jabber slides and stuff to really break open your opponent's formations. Yeah, I like the just keep the Manticore in there. The Manticore is not a problem, Kintama. It's a really good unit to have. Just like one more throwing axe. Because you just have to be prepared for those big Kadai Destroyer-like units whenever they're an option for your opponent's army. Because beating them in melee just never works. You have to go for the long game and ship them down with the throwing axes. It's tough, but it ends up trading out really nicely for you if you can just keep the throwing axes active against that thing. What do you cut for it, though? Probably the Harpies. And I don't really know about Corn... Well, the Corngors, yeah, I actually do want. Corngors, because the Fireborn are there. And the Renders and all these Wolf Raiders. Sons of Goros. They do thump. They do thump indeed. And they can do good damage to Iron Demons, so you do want to keep those. You probably just don't need Furies and the Warhounds. I mean, they're good harass units, and they can get you really good value. Utility of that extra throwing axe is just so good, though. And you gotta remember that Cynagor throwing axes, they can still beat Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders in combat. If they just take the head-to-head charge, the Cynagors just have, you know, superior weapon strength, charge bonus, and HP. So they just end up over... Well, they actually don't have better than the melee variant. They do over the bow variant. But regardless, I mean, they've got so much more HP that as long as they're not taking the head-up charge, these throwing axes in the early game, instead of spending their time trying to throw against the Kadai, which your opponent's going to be buttoning up in the middle of their formation probably, you can use them to get the rear charges and flank charges on these Wolf Raiders while your other Cynagors are taking the head-up fights. You can kind of sweep up the mobility, and then you can bring the throwing axes around. And it'll be the same as having a bunch of Harpies and Warhounds out on the field. It'll just give you a little bit more utility. It's really about all that I can go to recommend for you. The Manticore and Malagor can fly around and also occupy space. Malagor's actually pretty safe at using to like jump on top of missile units, because missile units want to shoot Malagor, but if he lands in the middle of them, they just can't do anything to him at that point. He's pretty solid in melee combat, as long as he's not getting like charged down by stuff. The micro on him is pretty slim pickings at times. If you just stay really, really on top of keeping him away from the big scary characters, though, he can definitely be an incredibly disruptive tool just by landing on blunderbusses and having the mana core like fly around and try and shut the other blunderbuss down. Because if you shut down the blunderbusses, ignore the destroyer, and just focus on sweeping up all the wolf raiders early, and then hammering bull centaurs and the Kadai as they come in, there's nothing else in this army that's a threat to you. Like, you should be able to bully all the wolf raiders. The melee infantry might grind pretty effectively, but they're slow, so eventually they'll be off the field, and then you can summon out your quicker infantry to get back up on the caps if you need to. Plus, you have these Razorgore chariots to also terrorize these guys. It's just about all-inning on the winning the mobility fights, I guess. And trying to keep as many of the Kadai, Fireborn, and Bull Centaur Renders away from this formation as possible. Because the more mass that gets into the middle of all these warriors and blunderbusses, the harder it is to clear with the chariots. The chariots just need space to be able to cycle charge in and out of all this infantry. If they get that space to do so, it's a pretty easy win. Your opponent just went absolutely ham that game. It's not really necessarily that you did anything wrong. She was just perfectly prepared for your build, honestly. The destroyer is just like totally out of left field, and it was played supremely well. You could go Tuskgore chariots. Tuskgore chariots are still really strong. The only problem with Tuskgore chariots is they get stuck a little easier. But they get Vanguard deployment, unlike the Razorgores. Tuskgore chariots can actually be used to cap objectives early in the game. And they've got pretty decent armor, so they can avoid Wolf Raider's skirmisher fire pretty easily. Not suffer too badly when they do get hit. And you're saving 400 gold on each chariot at that point. So that's 800 gold to work with. That's a whole Centaur that you can bring in your opener. And then you can like save a little bit of that gold on the back end and just find 25 more gold to get in the extra throwing axe you need. Yeah. I think that's going to be it for the stream today, guys. I'm going for a good long while here. I need to rest up and finish getting better. Just got these, I don't know, I guess it's a cold. I haven't really had a fever or anything. I've just been so freaking congested and kind of tired. It's been so irritating. I'm going to go eat and chill. Hang out. Well played today, everybody. Wish y'all good fortune in the future for all your tournaments. And when the DLC comes out, I'll be trying to do a lot more casting. Keeping all that going. Oh, wait, I gotta play... Actually, hold on. We might not be ending stream. I've got to play in in one of my monthly tournaments. I almost forgot about this. Undaunted should be around. If he doesn't answer in a few minutes, then I'll just try and arrange another time to play him and see if I can get the game cast, if it's a really good one. My plans for when the DLC comes out is I'm going to be playing a lot of Beastmen and Norska. I'm just not interested in Slaanesh. I really don't like them. They're just boring. Very, very boring to me. Beastmen and Norska is where it's at, though. A little bit more give and take with them as a faction. And I'm really excited to play around with all the new air units that Beastmen are going to get. They're going to get the Pratons and the Cockatrices. It's going to be so ridiculous. I'm absolutely hyped for that. Beastmen can struggle with getting bullied in the air sometimes. Actually being able to bring stuff in to protect Malagor and then also just to fly around and cause mayhem in your opponent's lines is going to be pretty hilarious. So I'm super psyched for that. Alright, I don't think Undaunted's going to be hitting me up, so... I'll go through some of these other replays and take a look at them. If I'm feeling up for it, I might do a stream tomorrow. I'll just be playing it by ear. When the actual DLC drops, I'll be streaming pretty regularly, and that'll be really nice. I'm very excited for it. Until then, though, I'm going to sign off for now. I'll catch y'all in the next stream, guys. Oh, is the Praeton bad? R.I.P. That sucks, dude. If the Chimera is good, though, that's all that matters. I was just excited that they were getting multiple units. I haven't been watching a whole lot of the new stuff. I just prefer to experiment with it on my own, but thanks for the heads up, because it might save me some headaches trying to make it work. Alright, guys. Peace out. Take care. I'll see y'all soon.